yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce. Sorry for the delay. We had a couple things going on in the background. Sorry about all that, but usually it's something going on with this. We got stuff going on personally. We got stuff going on for me, for sure. Personal, very personal. We'll talk about that in just a second. But welcome everybody into the show. I see a couple people right now, and as everybody filter in, my God, I can't do that because that's kids' job. But let me just talk about the surface stuff, man. We are right here. When I say right here, we are right here. I'm talking about like a couple of days away from people actually being inside Hallis Hall. And for once, man, for the last couple of years, I didn't feel like I was ready. You know what I mean? I didn't feel like I did enough homework. I didn't study stuff enough. I'm that kind of person. I want to feel like I know everything I could know about this football team, the coaches, and everything that they're going to be doing. I felt like I didn't have enough going on the last couple of years. But this year, I feel really, really, really good about the situation now. We can talk about the actual team. I'm talking about preparedness for a season, getting ready to do all this content and all that kind of stuff, and just knowing what I need to know and making sure that the guys here are, abreast of everything that's going on as well. So I feel really good, man. I feel really, really good. I'll save that conversation for when we go around the board. Let's give out some pleasantries. Bounce pass between the legs to my guy.
Hey, but before we get all the alley oops and assists and stuff, how your mama doing?
I was gonna get there. I'm going.
Well, that's where we going first.
Well, we shouldn't, man, because my guy kids. We should.
Ed's any objection?
I won't stop that one.
Man, you've been out.
Now we can do that now.
How's Mama Nomad?
She is doing better, man. The surgery was scheduled for her to have, these days they have these. It's an invasive surgery. No matter how you look at it, she's never really been under. She's never really had any of that kind of stuff going. She's never gone under the, with the needle, man. So what do you call that stuff?
Under the knife.
Yeah.
Under anesthesia.
Anesthesia. That's what I'm looking for, Trip. She's never been under. She was nervous the night before. She called me early that morning, and my mother is a pretty strong woman, and she called me, and I could tell just by the tone of her voice she was nervous. And before long, she started getting into tears. And I was like, hey, look, I said, what happened to my strong ass mama? You're strong. You're a strong woman. You've done everything you need to do in life. You do everything you need to do now. You know what I mean? You're not done. You know what I mean? This ain't the upper room moment. And so, long story short, she got into tears, and I just built her back up. And I felt good when the conversation was over. Her, the tone of her voice changed. Her optimism was there. She was a different woman. Fast forward to her surgery. So scheduled for a 3-hour surgery. I'm thinking it was a 3-hour surgery. I went home trying to get myself a shape up and all that kind of stuff, take a shower. It's early in the morning, like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. And, an hour and a half into it, I get a call back from my stepdad. He's like, hey, she's done with the surgery. It was successful. I'm like, what? So I had to run back up there. And long story short, I found this out by way of my stepdad. She didn't really get any sleep the night before because she was nervous. She got no sleep whatsoever, maybe an hour. And she went under anesthesia. And when she came out, she just went right back to sleep and her blood pressure dropped. So, when people sleep, their blood pressures drop. So it was a nerve-wracking time at that moment because she was supposed to come right on up and, start working with the physical therapist and all that kind of stuff and start getting on her feet because they won't let her leave the hospital until they see that she can actually support her weight with a walker. And so she couldn't even get up and do that. She couldn't even go to the bathroom on her own because that shit was still working on her. So it was a nerve-wracking moment for 24 hours. The last 24 hours was hard on me. But, she came to today and was a whole lot better, and they discharged her. And I went over there today. She's at my sister's and, just trying to help her get herself back to where she needs to be. So I'm going to be doing that a lot for the next several weeks, man, trying to make sure she's got a 6-week process, trying to make sure she gets back to the woman she was before she got that replacement. That's what happened.
Well, that's cool. It would be no time at all. She'll be back to butterflying, to Sister Nancy. breaking it down with the stanky leg. Good to hear. That's good to hear.
Well done there with that one. That was great. I like that one. That's all about bum bum. Yo, I bump that shit all the time.
One button.
There's
Who's that with a birthday in there? Minister Charles, happy birthday, Big Charles.
Charles Johnson. He turns 56 today.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Right
Hey,
on,
Minister Charles, if you haven't done it yet, do something real nice for yourself. Something that you're gonna really enjoy.
He's not talking about.
He got catfish going on already.
He already got catfish going on.
You know he does. You know he does.
Hey, appreciate that.
Maybe next Friday though. That might be Friday.
Appreciate you, Crimson. I appreciate everybody. Thank you for the well wishes, man. It was nerve-wracking the last 24 hours, man. But everything is good now.
Yeah, quick shout outs to both Crimson and the Good Minister. Shout outs to both y'all. Thanks for coming through and representing. I know it'll get deeper and more filled with Domaniac humanity as we go through the night. But again, super big ups for the birthday. Big ups to you, Minister Charles Johnson. I hope you do it up nice and you have yourself a good time, man. Shout outs to you, bro. But yeah, shout outs to your moms, bro. No, man, I'm glad that she's doing well and getting through that recovery, man. It'll take a little bit of time, it'll take a little bit of diligence. And yes, it's very normal for the blood pressure to drop after a situation like that. So like the hard part is, again, it was a knee surgery, right? Something on the legs?
Yeah, it was a hip.
It was a hip, yeah. So like
a hip replacement?
It was a hip replacement.
Oh boy, yeah. So getting acclimated to walking again, that's gonna help her maintain blood flow. A lot of the blood, like, because your legs are huge. A lot of the blood stuck in them legs, and just kind of got to get her moving again. So,
yeah. Because now remember, the body is balanced, the yin and the yang, all that good shit. But there's a left and a right, and she had one of those sides replaced.
Yep.
So, the soreness of the actual physical surgery, the actual cuts and going in there and taking out parts and moving the muscles and tendons and all that stuff around inside is one thing. And then the body has to heal and acclimate around the new parts, as she tries to not be a, old school mama who is stubborn and wants to, get out there and do the cha-cha merengue like she used to do, all fast and shit. So she's going to learn how to, pace herself. But, in the immediate, the not being able to sleep because of the anxiety of it all, the anesthetics in her system, the body recovery, she's going to need a lot of rest, a lot of sleep, a lot of hydration, to rinse all of the meds and the painkillers out of her system, because her body is trying to heal right now. And so the energy that she's used to having, she's going to have to dial it back a little bit, and you and your sister are going to have to sometimes forcefully say, hey, mama, calm your ass down. We love you.
Hey, Trip, especially she got a hold of one of them oxycodones when I was over there.
See?
I started feeling herself a little bit. She's like, hey.
See?
Bring me that walker. I'm like, hey, look, you better calm your ass down. It's the first day now.
See? And also careful, because she can get hooked on that shit too.
Yeah, she know.
And then also, that's why I say hydrate, because of the medications and the painkillers, now her liver and her kidneys and all those other organs are, having to deal with that stuff.
Trip, you want to hear a funny ass story? Several years ago, my grandmother went through the same exact surgery. Several years ago, she went through it, and I didn't know this until one day we was having to get together over my mother's house, and she was just like, I was hooked. I was addicted. I was like, you can imagine some old 80-something-year-old woman telling you she was addicted, she was hooked, like some fiend or something. And she said, I had to force myself. Last time they gave me a prescription, I had to pour it down the toilet and just flush it. And I had to be sick for 3 days. I was like, that's how strong that shit is, man.
Yeah. And people are prescribed it for, surgery, for legitimate reasons, for pain. But they become so dependent on it, now you got to look for street pharmaceuticals to take its place when you can't get that script.
Oh, in
Or,
some cases, they're using them street pharmaceuticals in the hospital. Like things are crazy.
Yeah.
So did they offer her what's why am I blanking out on what the drug is?
I don't know what they offer the kids, but I told her, I said, if I catch you out there on the corner anywhere near the dope house, I'm hurting you and everybody in there. I'm just letting you know.
Hey now, hey now.
I'm gonna hurt you. I'm hurting
you. Didn't get here by osmosis or immaculate conception now.
Who we in here, man? What's the stuff that Trump is worried that the Canadians are sending?
Fentanyl?
Yeah.
Out of Canada?
Yeah. So fentanyl. What? That's exactly what I was talking about. Did they offer fentanyl?
I doubt
well, sometimes it may not be fentanyl as in the name of fentanyl, but it's an ingredient in something.
Hold on, Trips. You talking about my mother or my grandmother?
I'm your mother very specifically. It wouldn't have been your grandmother.
No. No. Me and my sister would have been like, oh hell no. It'd have been a humbug up in there.
Well, back in your grandma's era, what was the painkiller?
Hey, so hold on.
Era.
You talking about era? This was only like less than 10 years ago.
So it could have been fentanyl.
I don't know if it's okay. So to me, it's like a new thing. I know back in the days, within the last 15 years, there's oxy, obviously. There was codeine and morphine, which were used just a little bit before oxy. You can still get your codeine, you can still get your morphine. My wife and my nephew, who's doing much, like we haven't talked about him in a minute, he's doing much better now. Like he actually survived his car accident. He's he's not out of the hospital. He's in rehabilitation right now. But they had him, like I came in and they're like, oh, they got him hopped up on fentanyl. And I was like, what? I thought fentanyl was like meth. You know what I mean? You like cook that shit up in a desert in your undies. I didn't really realize that it was
bad.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize it was something that the actual hospitals were getting and giving patients. I had no Vicodin and perk. Like you got it, Crimson. I didn't know fentanyl was on that list of stuff that they actually prescribed patients. And to find out, I was blown away. I was like, wow, man. Like,
I mean, it's got medical quality to it. It's if you use it right.
Right. But the street way they're misusing it, obviously,
right.
And self-medicating and not even getting the official high grade quality stuff. They're getting a lot of knockoffs and cutting it with stuff and all this other, you know what I mean?
Or using it to cut into other stuff. And,
right.
If you were to like fentanyl for the right reason, it's become the boogeyman on the streets. Right. Yeah. I've known it to kill at least 6 people. I know. I mean, like in the last 2 years that I know personally. And, and the strangest things happen, just taking somebody else's medication or buying normal shit. Like normal shit that people do on the streets around here is buy somebody else's prescription. That's what they call it around here. Buy somebody else's script for a certain amount of dollars. People sell their prescriptions to somebody. And I've known that shit to knock a few people off. I've known some people that's have some fentanyl-laced cocaine, fentanyl-laced weed. I mean, all kinds of different shit, heroin, all that shit. But, if it's gotten to the point where if some doctor prescribed, like say my mother, a pill prescription, and she was to look at the finer details of that prescription on the back or on that bag that they give it to them, where they have to kind of detail what's in that shit, right? If she were to look at that and see that there's a tinge of fentanyl in that thing, she might protest that. You know what I mean? Because the fentanyl word is a boogeyman right now.
Right. Right. Yeah. That's the key word. It's like fentanyl. No, I can't take that. It's like, well, no, it has its medical applications, calm down, relax. But, do you trust it? You hope you trust it. Do you trust science and the medicine and the doctors and not, abusing it? So, that means, you went through it with your grandma, obviously, But just the hurt and the soreness until that pain goes away, that shit hurts. And it's like, yeah, go ahead, give me that pill so I can take the edge off. And then, you started out with half a pill. Now it takes a whole pill and it doesn't last as long. And now you up to 2 pills. And you know what I mean? It's just a very slippery slope. So,
Hey,
y'all just watch out.
Hey, Trish, I was in there when she took the pill. I gave it like 20, 25 minutes. And I was in the kitchen talking to my sister and my girlfriend, my stepdad. We was all around the table. I said, I'm finna pull up this joint right here. I said, I'm gonna give it about 25 minutes and I'm gonna have to go in. Somebody gonna have to go in there. And about 20 minutes later, she was hollering. I can't remember, she was screaming my name or my sister's name, probably my sister. And I was like, oh, she ready to go now. And I went in there instead of my sister. And as soon as I went in there, all she heard was, ow, I feel good. She said, what the fuck you doing?
Shit, mom's was high.
When she realized what I was doing, she was busting up laughing, man. She was feeling good. She was able to support her own body weight. And I had to help her get out of the bed because it's the first day. Everything's tender as fuck, But, I think she's going to be all right.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. But, the pitfalls that, she has to watch out for, because while we are talking specifically about my Dukes, right now, there's a whole lot of other moms and pops and uncles and grandmas that's going through it, within the No Maniac fam, and so we want to talk it through with y'all and assuage some of your anxieties as well. And maybe you can pass along some of the information that we're discussing to your loved one who may be going through it. So, it's a community thing that we share, while it is personal to, Nomad and his family directly, it affects us all because we can all have empathy and realize that, we are all human, bodies break, people get old, or whatever the situation may be. So when we build with it, it's all about the family thing. So y'all make sure that you subscribe to the Nomad Network, not only for the dope ass Bears talk, but, for when we got to get heart to heart and when we got to share and be each other's therapist. You know what I mean? That's what Extra Sauce on Wednesday is all about. So Nomad Network, make sure you are subscribed, liking and sharing those videos, as well as Keds the Canuck. That's his channel on YouTube right up there. And mine, Sports Chicago Style. And with those little announcements right there, let's kick it on back to Nomad, and we'll go ahead and start getting into that Bears defense talk.
You know what? This is about as unprepared of a show, but I'm prepared, but not as prepared as I normally am for a show because of everything going on the outside. I know this, man. First of all, let's start here. We've seen a Shamar Turner and a Luther Burden. I don't know if you guys got to see the little videos, the kind of behind the scenes. Yeah, it's Shamar Turner is, man, he's as tenacious as I thought he was when I seen him on film. And looking at the background, his coaching, and how he came up. He came up as a single parent home. His mom, took him about as far as she could. As a woman, it's only, to me, unless you have a strong hand as a man somewhere in your family, whether it's your dad, uncle, your grandfather, somebody that's able to put hands on you, basically, and you grab you and say, hey, straighten up, kind of thing. His mother took him as far as she could take him, and she knew she needed some help, and she reached out to her brother. Her brother was able to get a hand on him and kind of put him in a situation where he can kind of mold him and shape him and get him where he needed to be. And he ended up being the savior in that story, in case you guys haven't seen it. But yeah, Shamar Turner's uncle, I ain't gonna say his mom's not the superstar. She's a superstar, but the brother, her brother, came in and stepped in and kind of sealed the deal for him and kind of put the nail in it. And hey, you got to get your shit right, and this is how you do it. He's the owner of a barbershop, and he kept him around him, spent a lot of time with him, made him sweep hair and doing all that barbershop kind of stuff, and stayed on him until he straightened out. That's how it is for a teenager, man. You got to stay on them until they hit that, phase where they kind of mellow out and know what the routine is, get your shit right. And you could tell there's a lot of that going on with me to a certain extent, but I was like kind of self-maintained more than anything else. I didn't really need, after a while, I didn't need moms to tell me what I need to do. I kind of did it on my own because I was just hungry. And you could tell Shamar's got a lot of that going on. It was good to see.
I love to hear that because that sounds like my kid, man, because I've been getting on, like, for decades, I'm getting on this kid. Hey, you got to do this. You got to do that. You know what I mean? You got to get your strength up. You got to increase your speed. You got to drop weight. You got to put weight on, like whatever it is, I'm on him. And this past, like, once, if you're watching Styles, I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like, once the girlfriend went home and he could focus on his own stuff, he's putting up videos of him just running through drills. And I'm like, okay, like, this is you out there doing it your darn self, not the coaches putting you, you know what I mean, putting you through it. No, nobody else is forcing you to run through these drills and improve on your craft. You're getting after it yourself. I love it. And like, he's getting better. And that's what you really want to see from these new young rookies coming to the Bears. Once you said Shamar, though, I thought you were going to talk about the other Shamar, the not so Bearsy Shamar.
Well, we're gonna get there. But kids, you just tickled a thought in my head, man. And I was just talking to my sister about this today. And to this day, females are my biggest weakness, man. Women are my biggest weakness, bro. My biggest weakness. You want to get me off track, dance a pretty ass woman in front of me. You know what I mean? That's my biggest weakness. And I've learned to conquer it for the most part now, at my age now. But during that time when I'm your son's age, that was difficult, man. That was extremely difficult. If it wasn't for my drive, I wouldn't have had no kind of control over it. It would have been just straight women. And when I get to practice, I get to practice. That's kind of how it was, man. So you got to forgive them for that, but still trying to just hammer that discipline home with it.
I'm like I say, I'm not mad at him. You know what I'm saying?
He's got to be self-check, kids. He's got to check himself. You can't be the one to do it.
Well, like I am that voice of I 90% of the time, like, and on this show most of the time, I'm the devil's advocate. I'm gonna sit here and be like, look, yeah, I don't see that way, and all right, I'm gonna call it for what I see, and people will have their case, and that's a person I am on this show. That's a person I am in real life. I tell him exactly the way that it is, and the upside about that is that he respects me for it. You know what I mean? He's like, I know there's no way A, he can BS me, and B, that I'm gonna BS him. It's just, I'm just vanilla like that.
Well, but then a lot of it also with it sounds like, what do we know what happened to Shamar Turner's dad?
No.
Well, it doesn't sound like he was on the scene. No. So with that said, he
father figure
he needed that mentor, father figure, male father figure mentor. And being in a barbershop, he got a whole lot of those motherfuckers. Because every day, all day, different, personalities and characters rolling in talking shit. And, being around those influences, he was taught, it's like, hey, you want to hustle, you got to hustle. Nobody's going to give you shit but a hard time. And those come free of charge, but they cost a whole hell of a lot. And so that drive, that determination that Nomad's talking about, you want to have that in your kids or yourself or your players or your students naturally, just to, want to just be the best, be that, Jordan kind of personality. But sometimes it has to be taught. It has to be, it's like, look, you want to get someplace, you got to get up early, work hard, stay up late, and you discipline yourself and you learn these character things. You learn how to take care of your mind, your body, and your soul. So when it comes time to perform in whatever aspect of life it is, on the football field or wherever, you're at optimal position to do this. And kind of touching on our last conversation that Squeegee was saying, that he was prescribed oxy or for whatever, but he's not a oxy kind of guy. He's a THC fella. But what Nomad was saying is that people would be prescribed those narcotics and barter and trade for THC. Where there's a will, there's a way. And that's something that people learn. And, like Richard Pryor, he said he learned a lot about the world growing up in a whorehouse because he learned about the world. No sugarcoating it, like Ked said, no bullshit. And I'm sure that's what Shamar was getting in that barbershop. Well, he was getting a lot of bullshit, but it was that funny bullshit. Because barbershop fools don't let bullshit fly. It will be addressed, forthwith. So yeah, I like it. I like the attitude. He was the kid that I remember on the tape that the offensive lineman was giving him the business on the ground, and he punched him right in the ding ding. And I was like, yeah, that's the attitude we need. We want up in here. It's like, look, man, get up off me. Get up. I told you to get up off. And it's like, yeah. And so the next time you line him, it's like how your nuts feel. And as he thinks, you beat him off, and then there's a quarterback. So yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to with the young kids.
You know what, Trips? Another part of it that was really good was, Shamara was basically a defensive end in college. When he first got there, and he played as a freshman. I don't know if he started, but he played as a freshman. That's hard, because especially at a school like that, you got on the field as a freshman. You played as a freshman. You're a bad dude. You're a bad dude at Texas A&M. You bad. Just telling you that right now. And, he went from getting edge rusher reps to this last season where they asked him, to put on some weight to play some interior. They wanted him to play some 3-tech. And he was just like, whatever, man. What you want me to do? Put on some weight. And so he basically, and another part of that video, which should be highlighted, is his trainer. It's a female. I can't think of her name right now off the top of my head. Still pretty fresh, but I can't think of her name. She should be commended. And why I'm talking about this and so adamant about it is because my nephew asked me to help him gain some weight. He's almost my size now, and he's only in the 10th grade. Boy's almost 200 pounds. You know what I mean? He's playing linebacker, and he wants to know how to gain weight. I say it's easy to gain weight, nephew, but gaining the right kind of weight, the lean muscle, I'm going to go over there and start teaching him how to do that. He's got a nice little setup. His mother set him up nice in the basement, weights and all that kind of stuff. He can do it. I just got to teach him how to, like Shamara's trainer taught him how to, go ahead and eat at, Longhorn or wherever you want to go. Just know this is what to get when you get there.
How old is
that kind of thing? My nephew?
Yeah.
Oh, he just getting ready to turn 16. I think turn 16 soon.
Does he have the well, if you're teaching him, he doesn't have those NIL kid resources, not the actual, the paid for coaches, but the drills that these high price private coaches run. You played the sport, you study the sport, what they're having these kids do at his age. You need to train him and get him on that path as if you were one of those, agent paid trainers training the kid to get an NIL deal in college. He may not get one, but that's the path that these kids nowadays need to take. And so with your knowledge, he doesn't know. So he doesn't know what he doesn't know, but and so it may be a lot. And so now is, time to get those Nomad coaching chops on.
You know what, Trips? Me and my sister had a long ass heart-to-heart discussion about some of that today, a lot of that today. And she was very angry with me, man, because I've been kind of MIA in his life. He's got a dad, it's not like he needs my presence as far as that goes. Now, when it comes to the football stuff, she's upset about it because I've been missing. The last couple of years, I've been doing this shit with y'all. I've been immersing myself in this, trying to get this thing really going in the place that it needs to be. And I haven't been using what I know to get him where he needs to be. And she upset about it. And so
she should be.
And today, I told her, man, I said, I'm going to be around. I'm going to spend time and make sure that you know how to do what you want to do. You know, he's getting a ride to practice, and the field ain't no more than a couple through 2 or 3 miles away where he practices at, and he needed a ride. I'm like, where your bike at? He said, in the garage. I said, we're gonna fix it tomorrow. You're gonna ride that motherfucker to practice. That's just another indirect way to get your motherfucking legs strong. You playing linebacker, you need some ass on you. And he's starting to get some. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna get him where he needs to be and tell him what it's a lot of stuff that I'm gonna be able to lay on him. The thing about this is, as much as somebody like me might know, you can't just pour it on a kid like that because their attention span is only so far. You just got to give it to them in dribs and drabs.
Well, that's where the aspect of, does he need a kick in the ass or does he need a hug? Or does he need a little bit of both come in? How does he learn? Does he learn by doing? Does he learn by being shown? Does he learn by, you know what I mean? How you have to know how to reach him. And like Crimson is saying, Ben Franklin once said, life's tragedy is we get old too soon and wise too late. True. And I don't know who said that to attribute the quote, but youth is wasted on the young. There's another one that could go along here and be appropriate. So, the sister is like, hey, this football shit. He wants to play football. Come over here and teach him some of that football. Let's go.
So here's the other thing. And I'll sort of start it from where you left off, Trips. You were sort of talking about looking at mentors and sort of getting into the right mindset initially. And it led me to thinking about Michael Jordan and how Jordan literally had to mentally fool himself at times. Like I took that personally. You know what I mean? Like how many times he was saying that in the documentary about just little perceived slights that might have irked him.
About my mama?
You know what I mean? Like Bobby Boucher looking at you all crazy all of a sudden. But
right.
that's the type of stuff that you need to get to where you want to get. And then now more direct to Nomad, because his mom wants you to help and you're going to put him on a bike, you got to be careful. You know what I mean? And I just mean he's got to want to be on the bike.
He's getting on that motherfucker. I don't care if he wants to.
I hear what you're saying. He may not be though. You know what I mean?
But what do he want? I know what he needs.
But that's the problem.
Does he want to play football? That's
what I'm trying to tell you is if my uncle came around and was like, hey man, you're gonna be on this bike now, I go, okay, uncle, and I jump on the bike and go around the corner and friggin' ghost ride that bitch into the street. And that's what my bike's gone. Somebody stole the bike. I don't know what happened.
If I thought that with kids, I hear you, bro.
You know what I mean?
That was a possibility. I would go and grab a bike. I would go to the nearest Walmart, grab me a bike, and ride with him to practice and make sure he knows it's cool.
You go do that. I mean? No, that you know what I mean? Now that's a thing. You real talk, you go do that, you roll with him, make it a you know what I mean, uncle and nephew thing. You roll with him to practice, you watch him, do that for a couple of times, and then see if he continues that activity. Just hey, look, I'm gonna reach you at practice, but I gotta drive today. You bike, you keep biking. I want to see. I want to check you out today, and just see. You know what I mean? See if it sticks.
And also keep imparting those tidbits of knowledge and wisdom, whether it be about life and or about football. Because at that age, like somebody's saying in the chat, you're not gonna listen to really stuff that people saying, even if you respect you. It's like, yeah, whatever. But you keep saying it, and he's gonna hear that stuff other places, and it's like, oh shit, Unc said this a while back. It's like, oh shit, Unc said this, and eventually it's gonna be like, all right, well, maybe I should be listening to Unc, and that will, become part of his maturing and growing up and knowing who. To respect, who to listen to, what life lessons and all that good shit. So keep it up and realize that, hey, at that age, all he thinking about is what them cheerleaders wearing. You know
what I'm saying? Like, that's all that matters. It's all attitude and boners. Like, that's at that age. That's all.
It's like, how do I want to shave my goatee today?
That's right.
You know, do I want a soul patch or a little mustache? And it's like, oh, it's time to make love to myself again. And, you know, that's all that's going on to those people that age.
That's all it is, and that's what I'm saying. Like Crimson was saying, like I'd give my nephew the same advice, he'd ignore it because I would do the same thing at his age. I'm just saying, I know how I was at that age. You couldn't tell me nothing. Like you just couldn't. I don't care who you are. You couldn't tell me nothing. I don't know this kid. Maybe he's like me. Maybe he's like you. Either way, I would suggest you jump on a bike with him, and I think that would really help get him going, and then see if it sticks to the wall. If it sticks to the wall, cool. Then you know he's at least building that muscle memory and increasing the muscle mass as he goes, and then you can actually get an idea as to how, you know, his play style and where he needs to pick up if you're at a couple of them games. So.
Yeah, bro. Hey, she gave it to me today. She read me one today. She was like, "You've been busy all your life helping everybody else's kids. Now my son needs some help. You MIA, motherfucker. Fuck you." She went off on me.
Right. It's time for you to focus on blood. Yeah.
Damn.
You know, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. We actual kinfolk.
That's funny.
You know, but yeah, man, I'm gonna do what I can, and as much as I can too, as a matter of fact, and pour into him a little bit. That might mean a little bit less, you know, content that comes out of here as far as shorts and all that kind of stuff go. To edit those takes a little time and get them right.
I don't, you know what, man? I don't think that's what it will equate to. And the reason I'm saying that is because you're going to experience football again, like live and direct, and you're going to pull
through different eyes.
You know what I mean? You're going to through different eyes. You're going to pull a different type of content out, just from that alone, right? Like you'll see what I mean.
I'm gonna teach him how to watch tape first. After I teach him about the diet stuff is gonna come tomorrow. The cardio stuff and how to gain weight, that's all gonna come tomorrow. And I'm gonna start teaching him how to watch. Just go through tape and learn tendencies and all that.
Dog, baby steps, dog. Baby steps, dog.
No. We got.
Watch this, kid.
He's not a dude that's gonna run a 4.3. He's gonna.
But he don't have to. But watch this, kids. Watch me fuck no man's head up right here. While you are in the process of teaching your nephew this, that, and the other about life and football, watch out for the lessons that he teaches you.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh yeah. He already starting to, man. Little shit that he's little shit, man. But I'll talk to y'all about that in a few, man. It's a lot to tell y'all, man. But this is it's cool. Now I've been watching every stage of that boy's growth, and now it's like my time to really pour into him. I'm gonna go ahead and give him a load. So we're gonna see what happens after that. But all right, so here we go. Everybody came here to talk about this buy or sell. And that's what we came here to talk about, man. It's a whole lot of things defensively I'm gonna ask you guys. And every single one of these questions are worth conversation in between questions, man. I'm telling you, every last one of them. So think about it before you buy it or sell it, you guys. And that goes for everybody in the chat. Remember, get your buy or get your sell ready. B or S, however you want to do it in the chat. But here we go. First question. Jaylon Johnson will reach his goal of 7 interceptions. Buy or sell?
Come on, man. Oh, come on. I'm selling on this one. Here's what I'm going to say, though. I think he's going to eat large in DA's defense. Like, I'm going to say that. I think he's going to really do some damage in this particular defense. He's a man guy as opposed to a zone guy. He can do zone. He's done it with Flus, but even in those zones, he's more of a one-on-one man guy. So I think he's going to eat large. I can't. The prediction that he's made is astronomical given his actual interception output over his entire career. He came up with a crazy number. So I can't just say like, yeah. I gotta
sell because Jaylon interceptions is not his game.
No, it's not.
I mean, now if he adds that to his
Ron
game,
you need to stop now, Ron.
If he's able to add, picks to his repertoire, cool. But when he was up for the whole contract renegotiation thing, the interceptions was an issue. And knowing that he came out and got like 3, 4, 5 quick interceptions, and it was like, see, that's not an issue no more. Then he signed a contract extension, and then he stopped getting interceptions. But I don't think that's just he's a good defender, and as long as he has PBUs, we can, I guess, live with that since his contract ain't expensive as it was, and nowadays the way things are pricing up in the cornerback market. So, I mean, he doesn't have to. It's a nice goal to look forward to and try to attain. But do I think it's like actually realistic based on what we've seen? Yes, Sal.
Like Derek and Andre Bryant kind of nailed another important piece. Shout out to Derek Guy and Andre Bryant. Like, long story short, how like infrequently he gets tested anyway. Quarterbacks don't like to throw. They'd rather test Tyreek Stevenson 50 times than test Jaylon Johnson 1 time. Just kind of how that situation goes. I also expect Tyreek Stevenson to have a big season this year as part of DA's defense. Mind you, a little bit different. He's more of a zone guy than a man guy. So, okay.
I'm gonna sell for a couple of reasons. Not because I don't think Jaylon Johnson's capable. He's capable of getting easily.
I agree.
I always go back to schematics when it comes to this kind of stuff. When we start talking particular stuff like this about how many picks will he get, like if Flus was still here and we were still playing his own defense and he made a goal of getting 7 picks, I'd be like, I'm buying the shit out of that because you can easily get 7 picks sitting back looking at the quarterback. He's not going to be in those positions. Let's just say 70 to 80% of the time he's going to be tacked up man to man, not looking at the quarterback in trail position, running him with a receiver down the field. That's mostly what he's going to be doing. And those kind of situations don't really necessarily allow you to be in advantageous spots to get interceptions. That's just the reality about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when they do go into some of that cover 3, cover 4, and all that kind of stuff, there'll be some opportunities to grab some now. But on a general, he won't be in position down in and down out to get those kinds of picks. He just won't, number one. Number two, Andre Bryant and whoever else said that. Who said that? Whoever said that. Derek Guy and Andre Bryant.
Yeah.
He's not going to get tried a whole lot. They're going to try to get other guys in that defense. They'll target other guys. So the opportunities won't be there as much as they were. That's the gift and the curse of playing good cornerback position. Once you get good enough, you get bored out there because ain't nobody fucking with you. Truth be told, when you get good enough, you're bored out there on the field because ain't nobody fucking with you. You just basically getting a whole lot of exercise out there.
Out of running.
That's it.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on that before we move on?
Mm-mm.
All right. Here's the next one. I want you guys to think about it now. Think about all the content we've done, all the defensive breakdowns, how we broke down how Dennis Allen uses pieces and all this kind of stuff before you answer this. This is going to sound bold, but I'm going to say it. Kyler Gordon will lead the team in sacks for the first 6 weeks.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll buy that one.
Okay.
I'll buy that. Like, I don't really have much to comment on it. I think he's going to be used as the wild card. We're going to have to wait and see again in the first 6 weeks what type of pass rush we can get with just rushing 4. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. I also don't expect Dennis Allen to rely on just 4. So Kyler's going to be that odd man that he sends on them blitzes. I think he's going to get a couple of sacks because of it.
Yeah, I would buy that simply because I believe that the defensive line is upgraded from what we've had in the past few seasons. So there are a couple of guys that will need double teams.
Yep.
Up and down that line. So that's going to free up, blitzes. And given that we've seen what Gordon can do with his penchant for being able to, get into the after the quarterback on blitzes from different positions on the field. And it's like, yeah, he's really good at that. He's good at maintaining his body control and harnessing the quarterback. He just has to wrap up, a little bit better here and there. But with Dennis Allen, all of the positions will have their blitz packages from every gap, every angle. But to begin in the first 6 weeks of the season, I could see those packages being more focused on Gordon from different angles because he's so good at it. And so you go Gordon, and then you say Tremaine Edmonds gets a few more blitz attempts. And so it'll be spread out, but I could see Gordon getting there more than anyone else, just, to start.
I'm go ahead, kid.
No. I was just going to speak to Jeffrey. I as well as Crimson. I think with just 4, we're going to see more pressure coming from the interior of the line. I don't know about the exterior. We're going to have to wait and find out if we get some pressure from that edge. Is Montez in Montez form, and is Dale Odangbo the guy they think he is? We'll see what the edge looks like. I think it's going to be coming again in from the center outward. And if it is, as long as these guys can hold the edge and maintain the edge, it gives Kyler Gordon a unique opportunity to get some sacks. And I say specifically Kyler Gordon, but this same little idea could be applied to a Tremaine Edmonds or to a TJ Edwards.
So to Jeffrey's point, the difference between getting home with 4 when being a down 4 lineman and getting home with, let's say, a slot corner or a safety or whatever it is that you send in as an extra guy or 2. Simulated pressure, the difference between getting a simulated pressure sack and somebody getting home with 4 is if they can't get home with 4. That's why you use a simulated pressure with a guy like Kyler to make sure that you get that pressure on the quarterback.
Exactly.
And so it was like for the people that feel like that we don't have what we need as far as the front 4 goes and the pieces that we need to really pressure the quarterback, this is why a guy like Kyler could lead the team in sacks upon 6 weeks. That's exactly.
To layer on what you're saying, I don't know if we're going to get the pressure from the edges, but I do believe heavily that we can set the edge. Right? Like if we can set the edge and get pressure from the interior, yeah, you can blitz a nickel, you can blitz the linebackers, and it's, this is what we're talking about, an attacking defensive style. It's a heck of a lot different than sitting back and waiting for something to happen if your front 4 can get the job done, which traditionally they haven't been able to do. Right? So send those guys, set the edge, see what happens. I think sacks happen.
Any other thoughts on that, Trips, after all that?
No, go ahead.
All right, here's another one. Buy or sell. Jaquan Brisker will play at least 15 games this year. Tough. Don't be nice now, Trip. Be nice. We'll start with Kez,
though. Okay, so I'm going to be Triple R on this one, and I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy this one. I know Triple R is going to be Keds on this one, so it's fine. We're fine. I'm just buying this because I want to promote the general idea into the ethos that Jaquan Brisker can play an entire season, because we haven't seen that yet. I think we see it this year. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like universal reverse jinx. Triple R.
I got to sell. Because I realize that, Quanti B, he's a heart and soul kind of guy. He's as Stacey King would say, heart, hustle, and muscle. There'd be 5 Quanti Bs out there on the field, but just his whole injury history, beyond the concussions, he's always a little dinged up. It's like number 9 is on the field, he's off the field, then he's back on the field, he makes a play, he does his little Karate Kid pose or whatever the hell he's doing out there, or whatever that look is, no first down or, whatever he's doing. But he's so physical, and it's it's understood that he lowers his head to deliver the blow and all that, and you don't want to take that aggression out of him. You don't want him to change the way he plays, but he has to adjust the way he plays to physically be able to keep doing it, because what his style of tackling and hard-nosed roughness isn't conducive to his body to stay on the field. And we can say that for a lot of football players. But it's like, all right, see what you hit. Just make that little change right there. And it's like you that's a lot of games. That's a lot of reps. And I just his body has not held up, that long thus far. And I just don't see why now would be any different, even though it is a contract year and the business side of it. He got every reason to want to, but just want to don't make it reality.
All right.
The kids go already?
Kids went. Kids kept it sweet, short and sweet. I'm giving pure positive vibes to
My bad. I was misguided. Something else was getting my attention.
That's okay.
So I'm gonna go like this, man. This is mine. I'm gonna say I'm buying it, and this is why I'm buying it, because life can't do on me like that. You can't. I think I'm positive as shit about this, man. I think this guy's gonna have a year, and somehow, some way, he's gonna play that 15 games at least. And if he goes down, if he gets hurt any kind of way, knock on wood, it won't be because of concussion. Because it's just that boy is too much. He is so spiritually gifted to play this game, physically gifted to play this game as well. It just can't, man. It can't do him like this, man. This can't happen. He has got to play football this year. By the football guys won't have it. Let that man play football and be the guy he wants to be. And, I'm hoping with everything I got in me, that guy is going to turn the fuck up this year. And I want him to play freely. I don't want him thinking about it. I just want him to play and be as good as you can be. You know what I mean? Be the guy that we drafted and be healthy. Sometimes I watch Jaquan Brisker, and it's at times when I wish he would just lay off a little bit on certain plays. It's like, you ain't got to try to kill him on this one. You don't got to come in there for that clean kill. It's times when I'm going to try to see if you guys know what I'm talking about. Let's just say a receiver is caught a ball in front of him, and you got a beeline him. And the receiver at the last second, which normally you gotta have the instincts to know when to lay off, and you want to put the kill shot on. But the receiver saw you at the last second, and you went low with your shoulder pointing towards him because you can't lead with your helmet. You went to hit him with that shoulder somewhere in his chest area, something like that, or in his back area, somewhere like that. And he sees you at the last minute and gets completely down, and now you flying over the top with him and your shoulder pointing right to the dirt. And so you just drove your shoulder into the hard-ass ground. Little things like can you guys follow what I'm saying here? Like when a safety's got a line on a guy, he catches the ball, but sees the safety coming bearing down on him at the last second, and he gets low, and the safety comes flying over top of him and hits all dirt. You guys see what I'm saying? Like little things like that. He's so aggressive that he wants to make that hit. There's time when you just got to wrap that dude up and just, get out the play. And you just got to know when your shots are there. Every one of them ain't no kill shot. That's what I would say.
Well, yeah, that's making adjustments to your game. In the basketball realm, they would say, he's a crafty veteran, or in his old age, he's lost a step, but he's made up for it with his game intelligence and IQ. It's like we need to see that, from Jaquan. He's not lost a step, but his body is taking a battering, and there are rules regarding the health, and beyond the concussions, just holding up and not having to take that kill shot on the receiver, just make nice solid tackle, it's good to go. It's just an adjustment that he is going to have to make with his game, and we just hope he can do it.
Yeah. Andre gets what I'm saying. He says pretty much when they're running at the sidelines, just push them out. Don't go for the hit. stuff like that is just like, especially when you're sitting in zone coverage and cloud coverage, and somebody's going to catch a ball in front of you and you want to lay it on him. You want to put it on his ass. And sometimes you can't. You just got to go you got to wrap him up, put him on the ground, and that's it. That's what a lot of football. I didn't like that part of it. I wanted to put a hit on you, but sometimes you can't, because you can be too aggressive, and at risk of your own physical well-being, you can hurt yourself trying to be too aggressive.
You know, I'm gonna take back what I said, and Crimson caught me on this one. So Jaquan Brisker played. Jaquan Brisker played 15 games in 2022, 15 games in 2023. Unfortunately, 5 games in 2024 due to concussion. So he only missed, 6 games prior to all that. And very clearly, the play that put him out, he wasn't trying to hit the opponent. He was trying to tackle low. He dove for the ankles. And he's a running back, and he got his head down real low. Actually, it might have been a tight end. But they got their head down real low to prevent this tackle, and it became a head-to-head situation. I believe that guy was either fined or something to that effect for the results of that play. I think Jaquan's got a good head on his shoulders, but unfortunately, that head's been dinged about one time too many. So fingers crossed he can stay upright and okay this season. Because if he can, I think it'll bode very well for this Bears team overall.
Okay, amen to that. Here's the next one. Buy or sell. The Bears defense will finish as a top 10 defense at the end of the year. Buy or sell. Mr. Canuck. I'll be right back.
Yep.
I think they will. So I'm going to buy this one. I think they will. I think there's a lot of different things they can do defensively. I don't think they've really missed a beat defensively, right? Last year, 2 things went down that changed this team in the beginning of the season. They were looking like a top 10 defense, right? Like they were. Andrew Billings gets hurt and he's out. We didn't have the depth at the time. Now we've got crazy depth on the line, especially in the interior positions. The second thing that really affected the defense was, I guess there's 2 things. The Jaquan Brisker that we just talked about a minute ago, his absence did hurt the team. Again, I believe he's the heart and soul of that defense. And the next thing that hurt the team, which more or less happened at almost the same time, was Tariq Stevenson's debacle, right? He kind of lost himself there. Then the team punished him, and he was out, and there was just uncertainty around Tariq. I'm going to have to say he probably lost a little bit of confidence in himself during that period of time too. Even coming back for a couple of weeks there, he was sort of trying to find himself, and I believe he did. I like Tariq Stevenson. I think he's a very good corner, and I think he's going to prove himself all over again to the Bears fans this season. So put all those things together, and maybe add a little depth at the safety position, whether that's Terrell Smith or whoever you want. I think this Bears team can be a top 10 defense, maybe even better than that.
Yep. Yeah, that means I'm buying. So yeah, now that we got hopefully a professional coaching staff, we won't have a defensive coordinator getting fired halfway through the season because the HR is tired of getting complaints, from the female staff about every time they get out of their chair, somebody's going and sniffing it up. And it's like, no, Coach Williams.
Alan Williams.
You got to go.
What's going on, man?
So now we have, Coach Harris, a young guy with experience and playing experience. You got Dennis Allen, who's had success with the defensive coordinator role, not so much success at the head coaching role. So he should be happy to stay in his lane, which is defensive coordinator. We got, young horses. We got veterans on every level. So there is no reason whatsoever that this defense cannot come together and, learn where to be and have that trust that their teammates are going to be where they're supposed to be. And the coaches are holding them responsible for not being where they're supposed to be if they're not there. They're all that comes together. Top 10 defense. Go Bears.
Wait a minute.
Boom.
Wait a minute. That little detail about Alan Williams, man. Do you know something I don't want to fucking know?
And well, it's all speculation right now, because it was obviously something freaky, and nobody wants to say. Mercedes Lewis, the leader of the coup, mutiny, or whatever you want to call it, he needs to come out and be like, "Hey, remember when Coach Williams did that freaky shit over at Hallis Hall at the police out there and all that stuff?" Yeah, well, spill the beans. That's what we need. We need a tell-all about what the hell went down.
That will never go down. You know what I'm saying? That they will never, ever admit to whatever he did. They will never do that. That'll never.
Oh, Lord. I just want to know how Tripp got to his chair sniffing. Man, I had a kid, man. I had a kid, a very sick puppy, man. Very sick puppy. I want to say, when I said kid, I'm talking
about chairs. What?
17-year-old man we was having a session. He invited me into I forget what session it is, but he invited me into it. He wanted me to do this therapy session with him. Man,
sit over in that padded chair.
And I'm sitting there going through it, and and I go to walk out of the room. She asked me to come out the room for a little sidebar. And I went out the room, and he thought I closed the door completely. And I didn't. And the door was open. And in the little, my little peripheral vision, I'm watching this kid get up and go and walk literally to that woman's chair and put his whole face in it. He was an absolute sick puppy.
Okay, so but like how sick? But how sick was he? Like how?
Oh, he's extremely sick.
Wow, sick.
But hold on now. I'm just saying, like, was she fine?
Because that is a fetish.
No,
bro.
Okay, all right.
Like a goddamn catcher's mitt.
Okay, all right.
She could look like a walrus, and people are still gonna sniff it.
I'm like,
haven't you seen a lot? Butt ugly shit pregnant and with baby, somebody's hitting it. Shit.
I don't give a fuck what she looked like. What difference?
It's not about what she looked like. It's about what she smells like.
I'm just saying, there's some like. We had some fine ass teachers. Is all I'm gonna say. Like, there's a couple of teachers, yo. There was a couple of teachers where it was like, hey, I could totally see some of my homeboys like.
But now in school, remember, you couldn't do that because they had those hard, wooden ass chairs. They didn't retain much smell unless like you passed gas, like right then and there. But if they got those, cushiony chairs and you got retention, a little smell up in there.
Bruh.
Like during the session, she been, cutting those silent but deadlies, and it's like she was occupied, and it's like, well, what other opportunities is gonna have? He's probably been planning on that for the longest time. It's like,
look what we did. We opened the floodgates.
I didn't tell that lady right then and there because I thought, and instantly I thought if I said it to her, she might freak out.
Like this nasty.
Hold on. Let me finish telling you, bro. So I waited about 3 or 4 days. I told a few guys that I work with, guys on the staff, and they're just
you're the worst.
and next thing you know, the shit starts spreading around. And next thing you know, she comes. I'm in the office and shit. We pre-shift and we get ready to go on the shift, and we in an atrium, so it's a big glass atrium, so it's a big circular office. And I see her come running into the room, her whole face red. And she walks into the office and she was just like, I can't believe you didn't tell me. Start hollering and yelling at me, man. I'm just like, what you talking about? At that point, I didn't even know what she was talking about. It was days later. She said, I was like, what? Tell you what? She's like, oh my, she was crying, going off snot, everything. And I was just like, oh, she's talking about that. I was like, I didn't know how to tell you that. And
man, what the hell wrong with you, man?
Why would you tell? That's a whole ass woman, man. No,
man. What's wrong with you, man? You're like what you do. like you're never going to be in this situation again. But what you do is you go in the room and you grab the kid and you say, "Hey, man, I
did
saw
all that.
what you just did there, man. That you can't."
I did all that. I did all that. She didn't know it.
Freaky dicky.
She didn't know it. I did all that. I got on
Okay.
his out. Trust me when I tell you, when I got through with his ass, I was part of his DNA, bro.
Okay, you can't go telling other people. You just wash that out your brain because
right, because you just the sanctity of the relationship, caseworker client, you violated that by saying you said that little motherfucker sniffing ass.
Wow. Like, man, dog. I was like, I don't know what to tell you. I can't tell you a name. I'm gonna give you an initial, start with E. I was like, I don't know how could I tell you that? You deal with a certain aspect of their development. I deal with their everyday life and how I know how they are. I had to take him to the side and damn near pound the shit out of him just to get him to correct him. You know what I'm saying? Letting him know how fucked up that is. Right. And how can I tell you that you'd be scared to do another fucking therapy session with him? It's not like I'm in every one of your therapy sessions or some other staff member. You're in there with him by yourself, and you gotta look at this motherfucker in the face.
You gotta tell him to wait till he gets older, to where he has the money that he can purchase used panties from women online. You know what I mean? Because there's a whole
the scrolls came in right on time, bro. They came in right on time. Oh man, that's too funny, man.
That's why it tripped me out that Tripp said, the Alan Williams might have been slipping. I'm like, where the fuck would you get some shit like that from? Like, all right, so anyway, man, we were talking about we got way off the rails.
Yeah, well, let's get back to football. Get back to football.
All right. So damn, it's hard to get back to football. But I'm gonna try. Yes, I am buying the Bears. I think they're gonna get a top 10 defense by the time this is all said and done. I do think this thing, because they got a strong mixture of very, very experienced players. Even I can't think of a starter on the team that's a rookie on the defense. I can't think of a guy that's going to be a starter that's a rookie.
Well, in the package, Shamar Turner.
He won't be a starter.
Right? He won't be a starter. And so experience is why I lean heavily towards, I think they're going to be a top 10 defense. Talent, I think they can be a top 10 defense. Yes, do I think there could be some struggle very early? The communication ain't going to necessarily sync up the way an oil defense would, in an experienced defense. Guys have been playing together for a year or two. That's a defense that's automatically going to be in that top 10 conversation. I think this ain't going to be a top 10 defense in the first 4 or 5 games or so. But I think as the season rounds off, that experience and that talent level is going to come together like a motherfucker. And I'm calling it right now. We're going to be a top 10 defense. Tony.
Hey, Ron C saying outside linebacker, Hippolyte.
Yeah.
But if Hippolyte's not the starter and it's Noah Sewell, you got a 3rd-year player.
Yeah, that's a battle that is one of those make or break times for Mr. Sewell. It's shit to get off the pot for who? Sewell, Don Rob, previous regime. Y'all coming into contract years and y'all ain't did nada yet. Where's that development? So that's.
If you were a coach, if you were a defensive coordinator in NFL, and if you can have every single one of your starters, there's a lot of teams that play with a lot of rookies during the season, and some good results and some not so good. If you had your choice, what would it be? Would you rather have guys that have at least a year or 2 experience, or would you rather play with some rookies?
I would, of course, prefer the rookies, but if we're looking in this particular instance, a rookie in Hippolyte versus a guy with experience in Sewell, give me that 4-3, rookie, because we haven't seen anything thus far from Sewell to justify, our love.
All right, let's bounce to the next conversation. I know what this answer is going to be because I know how Triple R is.
Oh damn! You don't know me.
I know you like a motherfucker. Hey, listen.
How old is
Buy or sell. Grady Jarrett will be the Bears steal of the offseason.
Ooh.
Bears steal of the offseason. I'm gonna sell this one. I think the steal of the offseason is gonna be a certain Mr. Joe Thuney on the other side of the ball. But if we're specifically talking about the defensive side of the ball, free agency, yes. So overall, sell. Defense in a microcosm, buy.
I would buy that. While it would be awesome if it would be like Dale.
What'd you just say?
Who, me?
No. What did Triple R just say? He's doing what?
I said you don't know me. That's what I just said.
Oh man, you a damn lie. But you just said you're gonna buy that.
Well, here's why.
This is Triple R.
Here's why.
As soon as he hear about an older guy, his motherfucking trigger.
Well, Thuney,
how old is he?
His situation was a little different. Well, actually, it was kind of the same. But Thuney, Joe, he got traded for. That was cool. Whereas Grady Jarrett was one of those. It's like, oh shit, wait, he got released. It's a money thing, and I believe seeing what he had last year, he still has stuff in the tank, and even at his age, he has that type of personality where. He has that chip, something to prove. And it's like, oh shit, Atlanta, I'm not there no more. All right, let me go up to Chi-Town with these young dogs up here and show them the ways. And so I could see him being not only a field general disruptor, but a locker room general leader, not a disruptor. So, I could see him being instrumental on and off the field because of his veteran leadership, and he's still young enough that he has something left in the tank.
You know what? I did not expect that from Triple R. Triple R, all you got to do is mention a veteran player. That dude is near 30.
Don't know me by now.
Anywhere near 30 years old. If he's anywhere near 30, this is what happened with Triple R. That's what happened. He starts triggering and he's intensified. Like, I don't want these old men. I want the young. That's how Triple R is. But I'm proud to actually hear you say that, man, because you got to see another side of that, man, that he can actually identify what value and what he can bring to the table and how it can be valuable in multiple different ways. That's what you just heard from this guy. And I'm going to agree with him, too. Not only, I'm going to take it straight to the talent level. And just stay there. I'm gonna leave all the stuff that he can do for the younger players to the side and to strictly talk about his talent level. Many times, and if I think his last name Jamerson, I can't remember, but he's new to the chat. He's not new to the channel.
I think it was Jeffrey
Jamerson, my man. He doesn't like it because he calls him an old man. He's behind his prime and all this kind of stuff. This is what I can tell you about a guy like Grady Jarrett. Grady Jarrett is made of some different shit. He's made of some of that shit in Wakanda. That's what he's made of.
It's called vibranium.
Yeah, some of that shit.
Yeah.
That shit. He's made of something different. He is, I'm telling you, Grady Jarrett is a different breed. And even at 32 years old, you don't sleep on that guy. Don't sleep on that guy. His drive, his determination, the standard that he's made for himself that's what Grady Jarrett grabs onto. He's not going to come on that field and disrespect himself. He's going to come on this field and represent Chicago. He's going to be pissed off because Atlanta allowed him to get out of the building. We're getting that motherfucker.
And you knew he wasn't right in a good way. The Bears had a thing last week or whenever where they were showing baby pictures to different players and having guys guess. And they showed Grady Jarrett's picture. That little so-and-so was an old dude with a big-ass rock head when he was a baby. So, he's done mature because everybody looked at that picture and was like, oh, that's Grady.
Oh, that's Grady.
There was no questions about it. And he's that same dude now.
It's true. Everybody gets Grady one time. There's no mistake in this one.
And I think that certain je ne sais quoi, if you will, that sets him apart. There's a whole lot of that in spades, and so he has something to prove, to work for, as opposed to just being, well, I was a free agent, and I signed here, or I was traded here. It was like, oh wait, I'm out. What you mean I'm out? It was nice having. Oh, goodbye, Atlanta. Wait, what just happened? All right, Chicago, let's do this shit because I got something I got to tell people around this league.
You get it, Trips. That's exactly where he gonna be on that kind of time. He gonna be on that kind of time. That motherfucker gonna be a pissed off Badger. Tell me.
Man, Ryan Poles. So I this is one that I don't really question too much with Ryan Poles, right? I don't, because of his connection with Matt Ryan, because of Matt Ryan's obvious connection of being in the locker room with Grady Jarrett. And it was almost as easy as, hey, Matt, is this dude the real deal? And Matt Ryan saying, absolutely he is. He ran our locker room. He's a beast on the field. He is a blessing in that locker room. Let's go get that man. Now, my only little 2 cents about it is I think he may have overpaid a little bit, but hey, it ain't my money. So you go, you do your thing. I think he's going to be a monster this season.
Hey, so Scroll says, speaking of baby pictures, here's baby Scroll.
Look at that fro.
Dark skinned, man. I had you figured out for a goddamn light skinned motherfucker for the whole time, Scrolls. I don't know why. I had you for a light skinned cat.
But look at his forehead. You can tell he got a lot on his mind.
I thought it was going to be a picture of Sugar Free, but here we go.
Yeah, his mama had that pic with the fist in it.
Hey, shout out to Scrolls, man. You know what? Me and Scrolls, and I hate to go politics, and I'm not going to. Me and him politically different. Scrolls, me, this channel, and everybody on it is proof that you can think differently as far as that goes and come together in a place and be very merry, man. I enjoy the fuck out of Scrolls, and I know he enjoys the shit out of us. But man, I appreciate that guy for being there. He's opening it up, showing what baby Scrolls look like. I gotta put that back up there. Look at baby Scrolls. Look, little almond.
That's the real almond.
All right.
He said he's a dog. Hey man, I appreciate you, Scrolls, man. I love you guys, man, especially you, Scrolls, man, and all you guys in here tonight. I love the shit out of you guys, man, for being here and being open and having this conversation with us, man. It is lovely. It's a good place to be, when it comes to Bears conversation, man. I just love it. And so let me get to the next buy or sell, bro. Let's get to the next one. In the same vein, it's a lot of talk about this. There's a lot of fans around here talking about what the fuck did we do? Why did we just do this? Why did we pay all this money? Buy or sell. Dayo Odingbo will be a pleasant surprise for the Chicago Bears.
So if I was the minister, Charles Johnson, and shout out to him on his birthday and to the little phone call he got with his daughter. If I was the good minister, Charles Johnson, I would probably be saying buy. I know he appreciates what Dayo Odingbo may be bringing to the table, and he is ready for it and waiting for it. This guy's a little bit more skeptical. I'm gonna be real on this one. So I'm gonna sell. I'm gonna sell. There's no track record here for me to rely on. It's a little bit speculative. And I feel like it's very speculative with respect to the contract. But one more time, this time around, I'm gonna leave the dollars and cents to somebody else. I just don't know. I just don't know enough about Dayo Odingbo. And I've watched some film. He looks real decent. He can definitely set the edge, which is what I was alluding to earlier on.
Hold on, kids. I gotta pat myself on the back here, man. You got a dog when it comes to film watching and knowing football. And I broke Dayo Odingbo down pretty goddamn good. What you're saying now is you don't trust me. You haven't seen enough for yourself.
It ain't you. It's me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't you. It's me. It's also Man, what are you doing, man? It's also my personal level of trust in a certain general manager who just got extended. So I don't know. I gotta see this one for real in real time to believe this one. That's me. So I'm selling right now. I want to be wrong here, but I'm selling. Trip.
Oh, who are we talking about again?
We're talking about
Buy or sell. Dio Odingbo would be a pleasant surprise for the Chicago Bears.
Dale. That I come man, me won't get sacked.
Oh.
Hey, Mr. Tallyman, tally me the quarterback. That I come man, me won't get sacked. Well, he's got to be successful because that parody just writes itself.
It was well done. Harry Belafonte would be proud.
Thank you. So yeah, he's been developing, and this is his, his upstart contract. So he doesn't strike me as a kind of player who's resting on his laurels because he's gotten paid. He's got the attitude that he wants to, hey, I want to be a good football player and I want to keep balling. So he's good, holding the edge. He's good with decent pressure. And so let's see how he can be schemed up. Let's see what development he has individually as a player. But I like the upside of it all.
6 sack, 7 sack, 8 sack. Oh, it's gonna be a thing. So if this is
7 sack, 8 sack, 9 sack. Oh,
see,
if this is not a thing, we won't get sacked.
If they don't play Harry Belafonte at some point this season because this man is just tearing up the backfield, I will be very disappointed.
Very.
All right, I'm gonna get real football for you guys. I'm buying that. I'm buying the shit out of this because a football game is played in stages and phases, and during different downs and distances, you hear Dio Odingbo, like an average fan will hear the name Dio Odingbo. Okay, how many sacks is he gonna get me this year? That's the dumbest goddamn thought you can have when you got a player like that. The kind of player that Dio Odingbo is value, and how he can be versatile, how he can go from inside to outside on different downs and distances, different phases of the game when you need him. When there's to be times when he can overpower a light offensive tackle and play a lot on the edge and really do some damage out there. But there's going to be times when he kicks inside at different phases of the game. How does he affect the game? That's what I would want to impress the No Maniacs and the Super No Maniacs about, is how does he affect the game? And not worry about how many sacks he has. How many sacks did he cause? How many sacks did he assist on? Those kinds of things. And you look at the bottom line, it's like you give total value to an edge rusher based on how many sacks he gets. The game is sped up. The quarterbacks are getting the ball out of their hands a whole lot quicker than they ever did because they know how fast the defensive fronts are, how athletic they are. And so for I know this ain't gonna be the last time, but I want to leave this with you guys. Stop worrying about how many sacks somebody had the previous year as to determine what this guy is worth. He is going to be extremely valuable to the Chicago Bears. I'm buying this and I'm put every dime into it. He is going to be a dog. And like somebody, I think it was Crimson that said 4 years of preparing NFL preparedness, we're gonna see the very best of Dio Odingbo. Now, given that he played 4 years kind of under the same system, this was I think they got him when Flus first got there, but Flus left and they kind of continued on with the same defense that they had in Indy. They didn't really change anything about it, not a whole lot. And so he was playing the same techniques, doing the same stuff that he did when Flus was there. Now he's going into another system. Now it's not going to be a lot that changes for him, but he is going to, I can tell you guys 110%. By the time the season is over, you guys are going to be praising Dio Odingbo. I promise you that. I've seen enough of that shit on film. He is going to be a pleasant surprise. Buy the shit out of that stuff. Just say. But here we go to the next. Anything else on Dio before we go? All right, let's go. Buy or sell? Tremaine Edmonds will perform better under Dennis Allen.
Oh,
Ked, you muted, bro.
Oh, I thought I unmuted myself. Damn it. So one more time with the Tremaine Edmonds take.
Okay, Tremaine Edmonds will perform better under Dennis Allen.
I just wanted to hear you say it again. 100%. I think that he was held at bay. If you have the opportunity to watch the Buffalo tape on Tremaine plays the position quite a bit differently in Buffalo. Under Flus, he was kind of made to stay put and be in passing lanes, which is fine, especially considering his length. But I would like to see him in blitzing capacity more frequently, and it's just not something that they let him do at all, right? Like,
so what do you mean, kids? Saying to run back 15 yards and stand there in the middle of the field wasn't conducive to his skill set?
Well, no, I'm not saying
all the way. I mean, not, you know what I mean? So let's say it reduced the, not his skill set, but his what is the word I'm looking for, kids? They didn't utilize him to the best of his abilities. Is what I'm trying to say.
That is the best way to put it. I think he could be utilized differently and put into that same conversation that we had earlier on about Kyler Gordon. If you're going to send somebody, you want to send somebody with wheels. And I don't think we've ever really got the opportunity to see the wheels that Tremaine Edmonds actually has on him. So give him a shot at them blitzes once in a blue moon when everybody else is being double teamed, when those edges are set by Dio and Montez Sweat. Get him in there. See what happens. I almost guarantee you some sack numbers will show up.
Yep. And because on the rare times where Edmonds was sent on the blitz last season, it was like, oh shit. I forget he can blitz too, right? He doesn't have to back up, 20, 25 yards and play out there. He can do other stuff. Well, and look good doing it.
Like, you can switch those two guys whenever you want. I mean, drop Kyler into coverage and blitz Tremaine or vice versa. Yeah. That's a game all by itself.
So that and those aspects of the who's blitzing and when, that's kind of thing that you develop over the course of reps. Mm-hmm. You start out with, all right, on this play, Kyler, you're going. On this play, Tremaine, you're going. Okay, now we're going to play the game of who's got the matchup. That's who's going, depending on situation, down distance, or whatever the case may be. So, you do that up and down the line with up and down the position groups, that's going to make the defense that much more unpredictable while being predictable, but aggressive and, turnovers abound. So with the just more creativity than that just plain as vanilla shit that Flus ran, no vanilla bean, no vanilla nut, no Neapolitan, just plain vanilla. You know what I mean? Yeah. Whereas Dennis Allen, he got some rainbow cone shit going on. You know what I mean? And you don't know, kids, but that's like sherbet and like 6 other different flavors all packed up. It's a Chicago staple, Southside represent.
Is it really? Because we got that up here. I love that stuff.
Rainbow cone?
Yeah, but
yeah, the original spot right there off of what is that, 93rd and Western? Or you go out, summertime, because it's only open, 3 months during the summer. You go out there and stand your ass in line, and you get your little cone, and it's all packed up. It's delicious. But yeah, that's what we're gonna get from Dennis Allen, some of that rainbow cone deliciousness on defense.
And I them up in the freezer right now. I'm just saying, like we in the Caribbean, they're all, especially the lime. Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, what's up?
That sherbet, bro.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. Mm-hmm. So with Edmonds in a better predicament, and I can see this defensive staff saying, hey, let's utilize the players we have and put them in positions to succeed. because not only does that make them better, that makes the defense better. And Tremaine Edmonds was just criminally underused and utilized, I believe, since he's been here.
Some of the fault of zone defenses when it comes to guys with that particular skill set. We're talking about a guy that's 6'5", can run about a 4.4, 4.5, how fast he runs, 4.3. I don't know how fast he runs, but I know he's really, really field fast. I mean, play speed is off the chain. When you got a guy like that, I can understand why you would do something like that when you're Matt Eberflus. You can use that length to really cover a lot of space in the defense. It's gonna make the quarterback think twice about throwing in different places in the middle of your defense. When you have a guy and you sign a guy for that amount of money to play that kind of position, and you don't have the proper, if you do not, remember what I'm saying to you, if you don't have the proper pass rush from your front four, that guy behind that is exposed. And that means Tremaine Edmonds. That means TJ Edwards. That means who's ever out there playing in the second part of that defense. And so I'm giving you guys something that you probably should know. And for all the people that don't like Tremaine Edmonds, think that we spent too much money on him, don't think he's a good player. This is stuff that you should understand fundamentally as a football fan. If the front four in a zone coverage can't get home, there's a problem on the second half and the third layer of the defense. They're going to look bad, guys. I don't know who needs to tell y'all that, but I'm going to tell you today, they're going to look bad. Now, he's in a particular, their base formation is going to be him. Hey, go grab Travis Kelce. Go grab, what's his name, Laporta. Grab him and take him out of the game. That's kind of that's the transition he's getting ready to go through. So his physical ability and length and speed will be really, really highlighted down in and down out. We need to get off the field on the 3rd and 7, and you need to take that tight end off the play. We got a guy that can do that. Mm-hmm. He's not sitting in a zone waiting for somebody to come into a soft cushion, and he needs to break on the ball and make a play to knock the ball out or try to get an interception. No, he's going to tack up and be on that guy. It's a big difference in what Flus was doing with Tremaine Edmonds versus what Dennis Allen will be doing with him moving forward. I think you guys should get that through your heads. Don't shit on this guy. Watch him play this year, and any kind of judgment that you have on him, judge him after this, because I think he's perfectly set up in this defense to be a stud. I'm just telling you guys.
Mm-hmm. So you're bang on with everything you said, except for the money. I don't think everybody's, and it has more to do with this, and I'll lay it out there, than it does with that. So it has more to do with Roquan Smith, facts, you know what I mean? Losing him, not paying him, and watching him play well where he wound up, than it does with Tremaine Edmonds.
Well, yeah, Roquan is still a sore subject to some people, whereas, myself, it was like,
I'm fine.
Buddy, I'm good with it. Yeah. You know what I mean? So being that he is paid like he is from Edmonds, that is, the expectations are higher because of the size of his contract. And, I believe he would say that, he would hope to have a better, season stat-wise, team-wise under this new regime. And to close it out, kids, the rainbow cone has 5 distinct flavors of ice cream: chocolate, strawberry, Palmer House, which is a vanilla with cherries and walnuts mixture.
Oh, okay, all right.
Pistachio, and orange sherbet.
How can we go?
Oh, so this is something else, though. That's something else. That's not what we call rainbow.
I don't know how we did that, but Trip's good shit, man. We went from talking about football to talking about rainbow cones and shit. All right. Here's another hot take. Buy or sell. Kevin Byard will get an extension.
Sell.
Uh-oh. Okay, explain to me why.
Because there's absolutely no. Man, there's absolutely no reason why they don't draft a safety this coming draft.
There's a reason why they didn't.
Yeah, because they only had so many draft picks and they made other selections. So now that they've made those other selections, there's really two glaring positions of need. I think both of you can name them. Safety, edge. That's it. Everything else is secondary and or depth. So, running back. There you go. So those are your top three selections in the 2026 draft. We have just about everything else ready to go. Don't need a wide receiver. Don't need a tight end. Don't need any more depth on the interior offensive line. Maybe a linebacker. So those are your top four.
Yeah, I gotta sell that myself. And then you look at free agent money for 2026, next season, and it's like, all right, well, while there is not the cap space that we have that Poles has cleared out since he's gotten here, there will be money to spend, and in the positions of need, who will be the top free agents available, if not top, just free agents available in the safety market, strong and free or interchangeable. But then, as Kez was alluding to, draft wise, now is a good opportunity to spend some of the, higher draft capital, some of those higher picks on a top safety, whether it be a box guy or a free guy. I'm not disparaging, Byard's play. He's good and all, but, being that long in the tooth, Father Time catches up with you eventually because, that some bitch is undefeated. And when it comes quick. No diddy. So, we want to be in a position to where we have that safety that can just step right in, because if the expectations are met this year with this team, next year we want that progression to keep moving. And I just don't want to put the eggs in the basket of the older guy instead of like a top younger guy.
Yeah, I know, Trips. It was just low hanging fruit. I get it.
Eventually,
I get it. It's too easy for you. That's too easy. I'm buying the shit out of this because I think, and I've been saying this since the day we got him, before we got him. I remember the podcast we were having. We were looking, and Chris was still here. We were looking at the free agent safeties, and I was just like, that's the guy you need. That's the guy you need. Kevin Byard is one of the top 2 to 3 safeties in football. Period. You just got to know what you're looking at, man. You just got to know what you're looking at, and I get it for everybody that looks at the age and contracts and all that kind of stuff. But there's a veteran defensive coach that's on his team now, and he knows what Kevin Byard is. He knows what he brings to the table. There ain't no way if Dennis Allen can say anything about it, if he has any say-so in this, I guarantee you Kevin Byard gets an extension.
Well, but that's the thing, though. At what point does the coach or do the coaches or defensive coordinators, whatever side of the ball, say, "Hey, I like his veteran presence, but hey, I'm also a professional coach and talent developer, and I can get this young guy to make a name for himself and be the next Kevin Byard, or better than younger, faster, more physical, and less expensive."
You can rationalize it all you want, but you got to win. And you win with veterans that know what the fuck they're doing. And this guy is on the field. He's available all the time. Ain't no way any good veteran defensive coordinator is going to want to part ways with him if you got an opportunity to keep him. No way. They need to win now. Dennis Allen ain't going to part ways with him.
All right. So I'm going to say 2 more things. So the first one is, like, if this is like a team-friendly 2-year deal, perhaps he could get an extension. He's 30. He's 31, likely turning 30.
Probably take it.
I'm just saying. That's the only way it could really go down. With Jaquan's injury history, I don't see them doing anything but drafting a safety this coming season. It's got a little bit less to do with Kevin's age. I think the two things are extremely impacting, though, and in that respect, you go find yourself another guy. You go find yourself a young guy, if not 2. To cover off the safety position.
I'll take it to another level for you, kids, and this might sound outrageous as hell to anybody listening. I think Kevin Byard is a at some point, if he continues to play, I think he's Hall of Fame level good.
Look, I wish I personally could sit here and say that I disagree with you, because I don't. I think he's I think he's one of the better safeties in the game today, and has been for a long time. I think we lucked out when we got him at the price tag we got him for as well. All that being said, I just don't know who sticks around next season if they do wind up in that, drafting safeties in the draft. And Triple R hit another huge piece to all this. There may be a top of the line safety who's jilted and bumped off of the team in free agency as well in 2026, just like what's his name there? Cat from Green Bay. He's a corner though.
Alexander?
Yeah, he's a corner.
Well, he's also a problem child. So
fair enough. I'm just saying, like, stranger things have happened. You never know who will fall off.
Like Grady Jarrett, or
you know what I'm saying? You never know who's going to be in free agency in a year from now, and the safety market isn't a huge, big money market right now. So
all I know is Kevin Byard can bump and grind with the best linebacker out there. And he's got range of the same range as any safety. I wouldn't put him in slot, but that guy is extremely valuable. Extremely valuable. He's going to make some shit right when it's wrong, just because of the time he spent on the grass. He knows this game, and he's not an old man. He's not. He's just been a guy that's been, in a couple of unfortunate situations. But this is one of the best, and I'll put my reputation on this. This is one of the best safeties that's played in football in the last 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. Okay, he's that good.
I'm glad that's what you're putting your reputation on.
You, bro, y'all, you think I'm not fucking around?
I'm not arguing with you. I thought you were going to say you put your reputation on him getting an extension. I was like, oh no, what are you doing? But that's not what you did. So
if I do anything, I wouldn't put a reputation on.
I'm fully with you.
The guy is,
I agree. I think he is that good. I'm gonna ask you a sideways question now, because you're teasing Triple R about the ageism thing, as am I. But what's a bit too old for a new contract in your mind, Nomad? Like, I got to throw it in for a contract extension in the NFL. What
amount of dollars? I mean, you can give him a year or two you can give him a 2-year extension for, let's say,
I'm asking you an age
$1 million for 2 years or some shit, and that wouldn't make.
Yeah, but who wants that? I'm asking you an age question though. Like,
I give him $10 million a year for 2 years.
How old?
Give him a little more than that if you
How
want.
old is too old in your opinion?
About 35.
35
for a safety, about 35.
Wow.
A safety like him that's had very little injury history, yeah, about 35. He keeps his body well, man. That's a big part of it. He keeps his body maintained. That guy's ready to play all the time. But that's my thoughts. I'm telling you, we got a great one here, and we should appreciate him. That's just my thoughts. I'm a Kevin Byard fan, and I will be until the day he retires. I think we got one of the best safeties in football, and I think in this system, it'll show up better than it did in his own system, where he had to play space all the time. Now he can tack up and show you what he's made of, like he did when he was in Tennessee.
But I don't know who the kid is, just from looking, but just looking ahead at next year's draft. Maybe you can help if you started yet, Nomad. But Dylan Thieneman,
it's a lot of good.
Thieneman, Thieneman. He's a safety out of Oregon.
Thieneman.
Sure. 6 feet, 270 pounds, running the 4.35.
Got a lot of range. I know. We'll get there.
So, you know what I'm saying? If we can get a little theater action going, it's like, all right, Byard, good luck with that gold jacket and all, and let's keep it moving.
Yeah, I know how Trips thinks. Trips thinks there's a better guy somewhere for cheaper all the time, man. But hey, it don't work like that all the time in the NFL, especially when you're under this mandate that this regime is under. They're expecting these people to come in here and win football games quick. And if you don't have the right people on the field, you're going to lose quick. They got the right player back there. You keep them back there for the next couple of years. You go ahead and draft the safety behind them, but you make sure you give them an extension because who better to learn under than Kevin Byard? That's it. That's my take on that. But
well, then also, no, man, let me ask you this on veteran players. At what point is it like, all right, look, I'm willing to impart the wisdom of my NFL experience on the young guys versus, look, man, I'm just trying to keep my job, stay healthy, and play football. Where is that balance, do you think, with veteran players?
When you know you feel like you're losing a step, when you know you're feeling like it's that time, I don't see nothing in Kevin Byard's game that would indicate that he should be in that space. Kevin Byard's a good dude, and he's going to do that anyway. For any of the guys that come in, he is going to be a sounding board, period. He's going to always be somebody that they can lean on. Hey, middle of the night, call me up. You looking at something you want to get some answers on, hit me up, and we'll pull up the film and we'll talk about it. He's always going to be that guy. This is how he's built. But a player, let's just say it was a time when, when I wasn't playing football no more, when I knew I needed to taper my shit off. You know what I mean? When I was doing the same shit that they doing in the offseason, working out, I was working out for years, feeling like I can get an opportunity if somebody would give it to me, and I kept my body in peak. But it was a certain point in my life where I just felt like, all right, I just roll my ankle, man. I ain't getting off this damn crutch until a couple of weeks later than I normally would. You know what I mean? Like, how fast do you recover? Shit like that, that's an indicator that you're starting to get a little bit older and you're not healing as fast. I see no indicators in Kevin Byard's play, his recovery, nothing about him indicates to me a player that's getting ready to slow down. Nothing.
So I'm going to change my take on this to buy. Would you believe that? And it's based on just a couple of quick things. The fact is, there's a couple of 32-year-old players that just received relatively lengthy extensions and or contracts with this team. One being Grady Jarrett. They just paid they just paid him major, like in a big way for the next few years. Another one being Joe Thuney. Both of these guys are 32 years old, paid in a major monster way. So if we're talking about Kevin Byard and he's still the guy that Nomad and I believe he is, I think perhaps he may just get an extension for another couple of years beyond this, more so to mentor the new guys coming in. Like, don't get me wrong, still think they drafted a safety this in 2026, but I think he'll be the mentor for that new group of safeties coming in.
That would be a very smart thing to do, is you extend them, make sure you keep them, and you draft behind them and make sure that guy sees. Like, I would pay good money to get a chance to, if I was a safety, to get a chance to study under somebody like Kevin Byard. That's priceless. And good GMs, good coaches, they know that. They know that. You bring a guy in there and you're putting him in front, putting him right behind a guy that's going to teach him the tricks of the trade, because you got to learn that kind of stuff. You got good range, you're fast, you're a physical guy, but how do you go about operating down in and down out? How do you go about doing things in the offseason to make sure you're maintaining your body? Because you just did a lot of bumping and grinding, and your body is kind of beat up after 17 games. How do I get my shit back right? How much time do I take off? All those kind of things. How long before I start getting ramped back up and getting ready for a training camp?
I don't know. Didn't he come from Philly and they replaced him with the funky white boy?
The white boy good though. Hey man, like
DeJean, is that him? DeJean?
Cooper DeJean is not a joke.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying, it's like, it's like Kevin Byard or Cooper DeJean, and it's like,
Yeah, it's situationally how you want to develop your franchise. It ain't the.
Well, but my point is like Cooper DeJean has the higher future, brighter future, let's say. Whereas Byard is still good, but his future is a lot, let's say on the shorter side, theoretically.
when you draft like the Philadelphia Eagles and you're layered with depth like that, you can afford to let go of a Kevin Byard.
Wow.
We can't afford to let go of a Kevin Byard at this point.
Let me agree and disagree at the same time. So the initial agreement is Howie Roseman's a freaking genius, because anybody who spent a minute looking at Cooper DeJean's tape should have known and should have went and got the kid. My boy was playing linebacker, he was running back kicks, he was playing safety, and he was playing corner, all at like high caliber. You know what I'm saying? Like all very well. It was obvious somebody needed to draft him, and Howie just drafts everybody who's any good from an obvious perspective, and they play well. Like, the guy's a genius. Just throw that at him. The flip side to this is, again, I do agree with Nomad, and Kevin Byard is, in my opinion, definitely one of the defensive leaders of this team and one of the better safeties in the league. The question is just how long are those two things going to last, right? So,
well, I'll tell you what, man, because we spent quite a bit of time talking about this. We can come back to this at any given time during the season, during this off-season period, and have good discussions about it. But we do need to talk about several more buy or sell. Here's another one. Buy or sell. Gervon Dexter will make a Pro Bowl this year.
I buy that one too.
The Pro Bowl.
I buy that one. I'm not sure if he's going to be a first team or an alternate or what have you, but just considering his output this past season, more or less rivaled Jalen Carter's, I believe we're going to see a better version of Gervon Dexter this season than we did even last season. And I kind of expect his numbers, statistically, to look a fair amount better than Jalen Carter's because of the work that he's put in over the last year and a bit. So, yeah, I believe he has the ability to really show up on tape. The only detractor to me is just that there's a really solid rotation on that line now, right? There's some mouths that need to be fed. So, that's the only detractor that I could come up with. Outside of that, I think he makes a Pro Bowl push.
Yep. I think he also benefits from, the Grady Jarretts, the Dios, everybody that's brought in, and the coaching staff, plus his mental development as well as his physical development. We saw the workout thing where, his baby fat is turning into muscle. And we also saw his play that when he was healthy and wasn't dealing with that knee thing, that he was a menace one-on-one. They had to double team him. So he is going to be one of four now where at least 2 or 3 is going to need a double team. So he's going to have the opportunity to, I believe, be more active with stunts. He's going to be a little bit more stout against the run, and he's going to provide that pressure up the middle. All those things added up, Pro Bowl it is.
I would say I'm buying the dog shit out of this, and I'm going to tell you why, because I always explain how I think. There is nothing quite like raising the level of talent around a football player to get the very best out of a motivated as it is football player. What you just did was up the ante for Gervon Dexter. When you brought in Dio, when you brought in Grady Jarrett, you draft Shamar Turner. What you did is a motivated. He's never played with this amount of talent around him as he has now. And that for a great one, somebody that's really driven, like I know you all know Gervon Dexter is motivated like a motherfucker. You know that. Now you just surrounded him with a bunch of dudes that can really challenge him in his status. Again, I think you're looking at another Grady Jarrett situation, but in another way. Basically, you drafted another 3-tech to say you ain't getting the job done. Prove to me you're the starting 3-tech on the team. Number one. Number two, you just put him around a veteran 3-tech, say that he's not the best 3-tech on the team. You ain't good enough. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna get this guy in free agency, and I'm gonna draft this guy in the draft, and I'm gonna put them next to you, and you better outperform them. You don't think Javon Dexter is not going to rise to his level? You're fool. He is going to surpass his level because he's motivated. That's what competition does. You put the right people around people that thinks they're the shit, and you find out they think they're the shit, and they know they're the shit when they start putting it on the field. You know, I was able to, and I use myself as an example. I was able to rise above the competition when I was in high school, above the competition on that level. Got to college, it was people from all over the country, and I had to take it up another notch. I had to take it up a couple of other notches because there were guys from everywhere that was all-stars in their locale. And so what greatness does is forces you to rise to whatever level of competition comes in front of you. You think you're great? You think you're that good? Rise to the level then. If anybody, I'm going to ask you this question on top of, do you think he's going to have a Pro Bowl season? Do you think, Cares and Trips, Javon Dexter has that it in him to be able to rise to this occasion? Yeah or nay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's why I'm buying. I think he's got that in him. I think he's got dog mentality. I'm buying.
Coming in, I wasn't sure, right? I wasn't sure. Last year, we saw him take things very seriously and make a change in his body type, and that was clear and evident that, again, he was coming along and he was serious about his craft. And then I don't know if everybody saw him recently, but I have. And my boy took that body change case scenario and upped the ante. He's looking svelte, cut up, thick, and ready to do the darn thing. So I'm excited to see him on the field this season. To be frank, I really am. Not to mention, that little stats plug I gave him a minute ago. Folks still talk about the whole, we should have got Jalen Carter over Darnell Wright conversation. And maybe we should have, but I don't think we should have.
I don't think so either.
You know what I mean? I think we probably wound up getting the right guy in this scenario. We got the top guy on the right, and I think we got somebody who more or less rivals what we could have got in a Jalen Carter. So he takes that up a notch.
Javon is not going to live that down until he shuts that down.
And this is what I'm saying. I think he takes it up a notch and shuts it down this season. I think he will.
I agree. Here we go with another one. Buy or sell. Giving us change up from zone coverage to man-to-man coverage, which Tyreek Stevenson played heavily in Miami. Tyreek Stevenson will thrive in the new Dennis Allen defense. Buy or sell?
I'm buying all day long. Buying all day long, and it has a little bit to do with this. So, when he started out here, he was very handsy and on the man, right? Like, I don't know if you guys remember his first few games. A lot of penalties, a lot of physicality against whoever he was lined up against, and then slowly but surely, he kind of got his bearings and was able to cover without all of that, all of them penalties, all of that physicality. He was able to stay up on you, and away he goes. I think that's what we're going to see a lot of from Tyreek Stevenson, but I'm going to double down on this. I think we're also going to see a couple more interceptions from Tyreek Stevenson this year to really solidify who this kid is on this team. And I think he is an amazing corner, just waiting to explode.
Yep. Yeah, I'll buy this because his maturity thing is his biggest issue.
Yep.
Back at the U, I remember him sporting the turnover chain often because he would get picks. He can play football. It's just his head has to be in it, every play, every rep. We saw what happens, when it's not. And like you say, he's never going to live that down. I mean, they made the little action figure, not action figure, but the schedule release of the little anime shit that they be doing. And that was his thing, giving the crowd the business while the play's running behind him. So, I mean, that's just kind of infamy. Will forever remember him as that play. For people not to remember him for that, he's going to have to go and ball out and be like, yeah, he made that mistake, but damn, see all those picks he got, the next season, or, whatever good he will be, with an improved pass rush, with better defensive play calling, now that he has time in the league to physically mature as well, Al Harris is going to get in his ear. So he has every opportunity and resource to be the best version of himself he can be. The rest is just up to him.
I will say this, man. I never watch a football game and see a moment on a football field for a player. And I don't hold him to that moment, because you got to remember, man, these are young. What did I know when I was in my early 20s, in my teens and early 20s? I thought I knew a whole lot, but I didn't know shit. And what I needed to do was grow up. And I learned, I'm a learned man. I learned, I had to go through things in my life to change me as a human being. Life experiences do that for you if you're fortunate enough to live, right? And so, whenever Tyreek Stevenson comes up in conversation, the first thing people think of is that what happened in the game against Washington. Understandable. But that is a narrow-minded view of that individual. It's a very narrow-minded view. He had a moment in his life that, he wishes he could, live down. But the truth is, fan base is a narrow-minded place. And that's what they think. That's what they remember. And that's what they want to talk about when it comes to Tyreek Stevenson. And he has much more to him. This is the grit, the toughness, the swag, everything that you want in a winning franchise. If you draft it, and if you draft it well, and you feel like you got the right people inside the building, just wait and watch him develop. Tyreek Stevenson is like the poster child of that. He's one of them on this team. It's just like, watch him as he grows up. I was surprised pleasantly at how fast Jaylon Johnson, he did a turnaround between, I don't know whether it was, I think it was the year after Nagy was gone. That year that they kind of, in training camp kind of took him out of the starting lineup, and how he manifested working with that and didn't go overboard with his reactions. He took it in stride. And he knew that at that point, this was them challenging him and trying to get him to a point where, hey, we're thinking about giving you a contract, sir. How can you handle some adversity here? We're going to take you out of the starting lineup in practice. That's what we're going to do to you. And we're going to see how you react to it. You can overreact or you can handle it in stride and know what the message is. I think Tyreek Stevenson is kind of come across that same precipice. And luckily, he has Jaylon Johnson inside the building to help kind of smooth this road that he's about to go through. Luckily, I think we have a gem in Tyreek Stevenson, and I wish we had 53 more of them, 52 more. That's how positive I am about Tyreek Stevenson. Yes, I think he will thrive. I'm buying the shit out of this, number one. But yes, that's a guy that I will go to bat for. I will get in the foxhole with any given day of the week. If you're going to go to battle, you want a motherfucker like Tyreek Stevenson in that foxhole with you. That's a guy that's going to get down. And we need more guys like that on this team. So that's my take on Tyreek Stevenson. I'm buying the shit out of that. He's going to thrive in this defense. Here's the next hot take. It's not so hot, but buy or sell. Terrell Smith will see safety reps in this training camp.
I'm going to buy that. I hope so. I want to see him on the field, man. I want to see that kid on the field more frequently. I want him to get more opportunities to be on the field. About that simple. I think every time we have seen him on the field, he's done extremely well, but it's always been in reserve capacity. Somebody goes down generally at the corner position, away you go. If there is potential for somebody to go down at the safety position, whether it is, Kevin Byard or Jaquan, I think that's a great opportunity for a guy like Terrell Smith to get on the field and make his impression felt. So personally, I hope he gets some reps in training camp.
Yep, I believe so. The scheme in with the Gophers, don't you know, was more of a zone concept, and safety, that's more of a zone concept than corner. He never really looked like he was out of place on the football field. He looked physical enough. He would come up and he make tackles, and it's just getting him a place on the field to play. And with this new coaching staff, this new scheme and all, maybe he will be more productive in the safety position. But I fully would expect this staff to, at least take a look at what he looks like at that position in camp. Not that he has to have a position switch permanently or, anything like that, but taking a look at it in camp just seems like a very logical thing to do.
Yeah, I'm 100% buying that. If I'm Dennis Allen, and I'm just giving to you from the logical standpoint that I see it in, if I'm Dennis Allen, I want to give that guy every opportunity to present himself on the field. If there's not enough cornerback reps to get him on the field, I don't see him as a slot corner. So let's say you start sliding Kyler over and getting some safety reps. It's going to be some reps left over there, slot corner, some backup after the backup reps. It's going to be some there. And so I don't think that's enough if unless he's lined up as a number 2 cornerback on either side of the ball, whether he's backing up Jaylon, whether he's backing up Tyree Stevens. If it's not one of those 2 roles, if he's not backing up the left corner or the right corner, I'm going to try to get him some reps at safety because I like his physicality. I like his length. I like his size. I need to find ways to put him on the field. And this is the only way you're going to be able to put Terrell Smith on the field is you give him some safety reps. If you really want to see what he's capable of, and if he can be dynamic and he can bounce from roll to roll, and you feel comfortable with a football player who you think is very, very talented, you give him more and more reps doing other things, right? You don't just limit him to the cornerback reps. You're trying to get him on the field because you drafted him for a reason. He's extremely talented. How do you get him on the field? And how does his value expand? To me, Dennis Allen, the more and more of those cornerbacks that we have inside that building that get safety reps, the better this team will be overall, in my opinion.
Can't argue with that in a second.
Shout out to Bishop, just busted up in this piece.
Yeah, big ups, Bishop.
Yeah, I feel strongly about that. Him getting other reps, man. I think that's going to help him. I don't think it's a demotion. I've said that before. None whatsoever. I think it's going to help him get on the field, and we see more 32.
Yeah.
All right. So buy or sell. Buy or sell. Y'all going to take off on this one. Zach Pickens will emerge as a key in the defensive front rotation.
Who?
Zach Pickens.
Never heard of her.
Oh, that is no way represented the Nomad Network.
I think the odds on this particular one are slim pickings, bro. That's where I am with this one. I'm selling. It's funny as we've been having this conversation on the defensive side today. I was like, I don't think we're going to talk about Zach Pickens at all tonight. And here he is. Here he is. He's Zach Pickens is weird as his I won't call him ugly, but he's reared his head nonetheless. He's the odd man out, man. I don't see him doing anything to save his existence here. He really needs to blow up the training camp, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, he needs to make his impression felt. Everybody needs to be in consensus. Yo, Zach Pickens is a guy. We're keeping him.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Yeah, that's a sell for me also. Because, you know, we see the little off-season workouts, everybody doing their little thing. I ain't seen shit from Zach Pickens. We see, you know, at the little camps where they all doing the thing for position groups. I ain't seen shit from Zach Pickens at none of the D-line camps and none of that. And it's like, where's this dude at? You haven't heard the coaching staff speak on him or mention him. And so it's like, huh.
Notice,
Oh,
notice
yeah. That
Notice how
guy.
everybody showed up in Miami or whatever to do a little workout, except for a certain Mr. Pickens.
Right. It was
Didn't get the
Hardy.
memo.
It was the veteran Grady Jarrett. It was Booker. And who was the fourth?
I don't know, but my guy wasn't even on the team the
But
day
it
before
wasn't
he
Pickens.
showed up. He showed
Oh,
up.
it was Big Dex. It was Hardy, Jarrett, and another one. But it wasn't Pickens. Pickens was not the other one, or the plus
was not
4. So it's like, dude, you know, we spoke on Sewell and Dom Rob. He's you know, a higher pick than both of those dudes, and he still has yet to show a goddamn thing on the field. Not anything whatsoever. So yeah, no, unless he comes to camp and it's like, dude, yo, you see Pickens? You know, unless he's turning heads, he can go down to the end of Hallis Hall Drive and take a left and keep driving.
Oh, here's my answer to that. I'm gonna buy this.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Let's hear this now.
You're gonna like it. Trust me. I'll tell you.
All right.
In a very preachy, very technique driven defensive coordinator's mind, a guy down in, down out needs to play this certain technique next to the guy that's next to him. You got to think when you're down on that front. You got to think and making sure you're in the proper number one, making sure you're in the proper alignment to kids, making sure you're properly spaced between you and the next man. You're properly spaced in between, say, guard and center or something like that to play your position, making sure your alignment is absolutely right. Several things that you have to think about as a defensive lineman when you're playing with a coach that makes you think before every snap versus a coach like Dennis Allen says, we're going to take all that shit out of the way. Get up the fucking field. Give the offensive lineman in front of you an absolute problem. Who and what kind of player does that benefit more? You're very athletic. You're very gifted. I can bust his ass, play in and play out kind of football player. Zach Pickens has the athleticism, has the burst, has everything that you need to take the thinking out of the game and just line up and bust his ass. Bust the guy's ass in front of you. That's why I buy. If he puts him in front in that front and says, Zach, I don't want you to think about anything but busting who's ever in front of you. Bust his ass and get in the backfield. Show me you belong on this team. Zach Pickens will win those wars 9 out of 10 times. I guarantee you he's that physically athletic.
But I haven't seen it.
I was just gonna say, remember that
I just
time
got to explaining to you, bro.
I know,
why
but
you haven't seen it.
Remember that time when he did it in versus that team?
No.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I've never seen it either, and that's why I can't buy this one. I can't.
Hey, I just gave you my take on it.
Yeah, but I mean, there has never been a situation where he was on the field and it's like he's flashed, or he's like, oh yeah, nice play, Pickens, or it's like, man, we need to get more of him, or there's none of that.
Well, they did get more.
Ask me who was the most athletic 3 technique on this team.
You think
somebody out there, one of y'all, to ask me that?
I'm okay. Who's the most athletic 3 technique on this team?
Chris Williams, number 1. Number 2, ask me who it is.
Number 2, who?
Zach Pickens is the second most athletic guy on this on that defensive front, and then comes Shamar Turner.
Yeah, but I still like my man Ford over Pickens if it had come down to it.
He's a nose guard, bro.
He's a nose, and that's fine. But this is where things get funky, right?
Well, it's like with the position versatility, you can't say, well, he's a nose, he's a 3 tech, he's a DN,
Kinda
he's a
have
edge.
to.
They all kind of do every kind of thing.
When you
Ford
compare them,
doesn't.
you
Little
kinda
bit.
have to, Triple.
Ford doesn't. Ford doesn't. Ford
Kinda
is a
have to.
yeah. Ford is a straight up nose, and that's fine. The
All right, I'm
function,
still taking Williams over Pickens.
I think they are too, and this
He
is
might be the guy that unseats Pickens.
things get funky when you look at the depth chart. So Javon, Grady, paid, top draft pick, Billings ain't going anywhere. Turner, top draft pick. Then you got the 3 guys coming up sort of at third string. Who's going to take the third string role? Williams, Pickens, Ford. Out of those 3 guys, as much as I hate Green Bay retreads, I'm taking Jonathan Ford.
Yeah. That's why I say it's going to be a numbers game, not just specifically nose or 3 tech. And numbers wise, Williams is over Pickens, as is Ford. So it's like I mean, we just haven't seen anything from Pickens to say, hey, develop this, and he's going to be that guy, because we've seen nada in what, 3 seasons, 2 seasons, however many it's been.
It's 3. It's enough that they got to question paying him sooner than later.
They're given where they drafted Zach Pickens, and you're telling me that they're going to keep Jonathan Ford, which I think highly of, on the team versus Zach Pickens. I think y'all smoking something.
Not only am I going to double down on that as a
smoking
statement,
some shit.
no, I'm going to double down on that as a statement, because they wouldn't have went and pulled him from Green Bay while Zach was starting last season.
Right. And still on
Like, Zach was on the field trying to prove it and couldn't prove it, so they brought home me from Green Bay.
He was playing a specific role. Zach was playing nose guard, and he's not a nose guard. They went and brought a true nose guard into the building.
What you're saying is fair, but then when the guys who were hurt return, he's out of a seat. And then guess what happens in the draft? Oh, let's go get another DT. Oh, snap, another DT just fell from the sky in Atlanta. So they've now tripled down at that position. There's no room for Zach anymore.
Zach is and we're gonna move to the next subject. Zach is everything I just got through describing about Zach and how he can really get on any offensive lineman with that athleticism that he has. He's got that in him in spades. Consistently, will he and can he do that? That's what I doubt about him. Does he have that dog in him to consistently go out there and menace somebody in front of him, just make him his bitch? I don't see that in him. I haven't seen it yet. And that's why it's a lot of doubters out there on Zach Pickens, because you will see it in a flash or two. Next thing you know, you won't see it again for a next.
But we saw it in Ford.
3 games, you know what I mean? That's not good. And so I'm buying it because I know he has that athleticism in him, and he's got that trait about him. But does he have the dog?
Yeah.
I don't think he does, and I'm not sure that he does. If he's got it in him, he been hiding it from my ass.
Well, we go see. We'll find out.
All right, let's get to the next one then. Buy or sell. Austin Booker makes a huge year 2 leap.
Well, if you're throwing this one at me, I'm buying. I'm buying. I want the best for that young man. I think he has something special, and I just need him to go out there and prove it. Is all. That's all I need. That's exactly what I'm hoping will happen. I need it. I'm all about some Austin Booker. I think that kid came in the door with a bunch of stuff in his bag, a bunch of tools, and he's just ready to unleash them. And it starts with that long arm stab, boy. Ooh, boy. Also fast as all get out. So let's drop him into coverage a couple of times here and there. Let's get him attacking them quarterbacks, and I think good things will happen for Austin Booker in 2025.
Austin Booker, yep, buying that. He was very active in his rookie year. We just mentioned him grinding in the offseason with fellow defensive linemen, learning the moves, learning things, just mentally maturing wise. I think he has a place on the football field from his time there at in Kansas, Rockshot Jayhawk. You saw how he was able to dominate various tackles with different moves. It wasn't like he's just, a bull rush guy or a spin guy. He has tools in the bag. And being that he's developing physically as well, getting stronger, getting faster as he matures. Yeah, I think that his second season jump could be like really big, really, really big.
I'm buying this not because I'm a Bears fan. It's because of what I just got through describing about Zach Pickens and the coaching style, what Dennis Allen is asking them to do. Attack the offensive lineman in front of you at every chance you get, by any means necessary. Attack the shit out of them. Think about what that does to a guy that's already physically aggressive as it is. That guy you ain't got win. That's a whole different conversation between Austin Booker and Zach Pickens. Two different kind of mentalities. So far as what I've seen, this guy has got absolute dog in him. Anybody disagree with that? Speak now or forever hold your
Not this guy.
Absolute dog in him. Now
and we've been able to identify that thus far, whereas Zach Pickens is like, who? Whereas Austin Booker is like, oh yeah, we can see that. He's got that dog in him. He's been here, just completed his rookie season. And Zach Pickens is going into year 7, and it's like, who?
Absolute dog. And now you just gave him gunpowder and told him to attack.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just the attack case scenario that I see coming from him. Like I have faith in that. The other piece to it that I have faith in is if they're going to release Kyler, unleash Kyler on the blitz, I can see Austin Booker taking that snap at the left and just drop, at the opposite side of Montez and just dropping into coverage, picking up whoever Kyler just left. I can see it. He's fast enough to handle it. He's lengthy, and he can get into passing lanes. We saw it a little bit with Flus, but not very frequently. I have a strange feeling that we're going to sort of sacrifice additional speed with Kyler for again length and ranginess in a coverage case scenario on the edge with Booker. I think it's going to work out crazy well.
What do you think, Trips? You really think Austin Booker can turn into that guy?
Well, I don't know what his ceiling would be, but I know that his development from what we have seen thus far, if his development is, on par with a typical, athlete's development who's getting better, yeah, he can be, a very disruptive part of this defensive line.
I mean, I do think, and I don't really need to go any further than I just did. And I tell you, Dennis Allen and the way he thinks about a football game and how he technically goes about having his guys go attack an offense. That's what it's all about, is how do you attack an offense? Do you even attack an offense, or do you sit pacified and waiting for them to attack you? It's a certain kind of mindset when it comes to a defensive guy. It's a certain kind of mindset. I want a coach that is willing to attack that offense and make them make decisions, make them speed up the quarterback's throw, make them speed up the offense, make them second guess stuff, get them off balance, and that's the whole game. If you can keep them off balance, make the quarterback second guess a throw, make him rush a throw, you're winning the game defensively. And so you take the technique out of it and say, hey man, get to him, just get on him. You just making a player, you're just gonna make everybody that we've seen in the past few years since Eberflus is still on this team. You just told them, just go play fast as hell. I don't want you thinking about it. Do y'all understand what that means in a football game? I ain't got to think about technique. Get on him. It benefits him. It benefits Austin Booker. So I'm buying the shit out of it. But that's the buy or sell portion of, in the Chicago Bears portion of the show. We've been on here 2 hours and 23 minutes. We got a little bit of extra sauce to get to. We ain't gonna get to all the stuff that I have in mind. We're gonna get to a couple of things. We're gonna get up out of here. But we just went into subscribers only mode. So for all the people who are not subscribed to the channel, haven't liked the page and liked the show, this is what I would encourage you to do.
Yay.
It's priceless, is it not, kids?
It is indeed. Do those 3 things over at Keds the Canuck right here on YouTube. Do those 3 things over at My Guy Sports Chicago Style and give Triple R and yours truly a little bit of love, along with my guy to the left, me Nomad, right here at the Nomad Network. Give us a little bit of like, share, subscribe, and by all means, comment on these podcasts while you're seeing them. We'd love to see your comments and respond to them. If you're watching it on replay, give us a little bit of comment there, and we'll definitely chime in. And it's always good to interact with the No Maniacs out there. But yeah, what we extra saucing about tonight?
Hey man, so all right, you know what? I don't know if you guys have heard of this story, but I'm prepared to talk to you about it a little bit. I didn't have, again, this is why I'm unprepared, because I didn't have time to do all the research that I needed to do because of my mother, preparing for that. And once she had the surgery, it took me in a whole different place. Anyway, so Teddy Bridgewater became a high school coach down in Miami, Florida. And he got suspended because he helped the team financially. I'm talking about went in his own pocket. And Teddy Bridgewater comes from a very, very, very poor environment. And he rose out of that to become an NFL player, and one of the really good ones when he was all the way healthy. Very, very good. And, because of his leg and his leg injury, that really derailed most of his career. And, he still feels like he can bring something to the table. So all those underprivileged kids down in Miami that needed help and was going through some of the stuff that he knew that he went through when he was at that point, he went back to that school and he helped them. I'm talking about Uber rides. He's talking about buying meals for them, talking about, making sure that they have the right strength and conditioning. All
physical therapy.
Who had physical therapy in fucking high school? Nobody that I can think of. I mean, it might be a few schools out there now, but when I was coming up, the physical therapist might have been a motherfucker that's eating all kinds of pills and he just knew, therapeutic stuff, man. It was just not what it should be. I commend Teddy Bridgewater. They should have not only gave him a raise, but they should make a street named after his ass for that. And so Teddy Bridgewater was suspended, unfortunately, for helping underprivileged kids. I bet any kind of money, Triple R and kids, the team that he kicked their ass that expected to win that state championship that year was looking for something to bring him down.
Well, you're damn right. All right. So I'm on both sides of this one as per normal. Just like so here's the thing. Obviously his heart was in the right place, and he should be commended in that respect. The problem is there's clearly a conflict of interest there, right? If we're talking about ethical business, right? That's the issue. It's like, like imagine Bill Gates all of a sudden decides that he loves football and he just, becomes a coach and just builds a stadium for the team and a state-of-the-art facility and pays for all of them to be good, like new gear, and like that's a conflict of interest. That's a little bit more so,
Kids, I was one of those kids, man.
You were one of those kids?
I was one of those kids,
brother. And that's why I said his heart's in the right place. I'm not trying to chastise the guy from trying to do good things.
If he's getting chastised for that, wouldn't you say right off the top that something is absolutely wrong with the athletic system? That's what I would leave.
No, I would say, here's what I would say. I would say that something is wrong with systems in general.
Yes.
So what one must do is learn those systems, find somebody who's knowledgeable about the systems, and then play by the rules of the system. That's the only way to win. And this what I'm saying is it goes so far beyond the topic of conversation that we're having here.
Why is there
right? Because there's multi levels to this thing.
Yeah,
It's messed up in the system in the first place that these kids or these schools don't have the resources, available to survive.
My guy Cloud Chasers here kind of nailed it, because he's saying like private schools been doing that for years. Yeah, but that those are the guys who know exactly how that system works and manipulate it. You're bang on.
Or maybe it was nobody.
And then there's
nobody to bust their ass, and they got away with some shit.
No, it's not a bust their ass situation.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it definitely is here.
No.
It could be. I mean, it could be for the level of a team that lost to the Bridgewater team in the playoffs or whatever. That coach or that at staff is mad.
Well,
so they got the rule book opened, with a magnifying glass, saying, well, Bridgewater did this, and this.
Yeah.
But it's also, a systematic thing that goes beyond that school thing. And then, you look at public school teachers that are going into their own pockets for, school supplies.
Trips. Let me help you out here.
So there's many different levels of it, whereas Bridgewater is just trying to coach these kids up, trying to give them some things that they are lacking, and he's being, persecuted for it because of jealousy or envy or racism or whatever the hell the case is.
Trips, this is what before you go, kids, let me ask you this question. Trips, you know exactly what the answer is. How many Catholic schools have you heard of in your lifetime that even get sniffed at when it comes to little shit like that?
Oh, well, shit. Well, here, put it like this. St. Sabina, Catholic school, plays with other Catholic schools in the league on the south side. Brother Rice, Leo, so on and so forth. When St. Sabina's boys basketball team was going on a road trip to play a away game, there was all kind of racist catcalls. And then when it was time for St. Sabina to host, the basketball games within the league, those schools refused to come to the school because of safety concerns, being in the hood and all, which is, just a racism kind of thing. And so this is the Catholic school league. The league for grammar schools that play. So it's a systematic thing that, children learn and perpetrate over the years. And being in Florida, especially if you got a good football team in your mind, and then this, guy who was actually in the pros, and is paid and is coming back and now making a difference and kicking your ass again. That's some manhood shit that, these coaches might be on. So there's a whole lot of things at work here, but all of it is detrimental for the kids involved.
So let me take a step back now. All right. So taking a step back, if you're talking about a high school league, and I'm going to give you a couple examples, and I'm going to reach back to my guy, Illy Jones, because he kind of made sense of it all. If you're talking about a high school league, all of the other high schools are being basically run by tax dollars. So all of a sudden there's a rich guy who comes in and pays this one team to be better than everybody else from a resource perspective. It's ethically sideways. It's not, you know what I mean? Those other teams are no longer playing on the same playing field. So yes, he's helped a bunch of kids, but if you look at it the other way, he's actually hurt a bunch of other kids. You know what I mean? Like if you're looking at it holistically. Now, there's channels under which this should work.
How do you hurt a bunch of other kids?
There's kids at least 3 or 4 other schools that would be competing against them that are not getting the same level of financial support that the kids at his school are getting.
Right. Are those other kids getting physical therapy too?
Probably. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not. Those kids, kid at school A is
how is he hurting you?
By not providing them with the same level of resource. Again, school level, all
Is
of the
he,
schools
is he
are
hurting them or just not providing them with the same kind of resources?
Well, he doesn't give them the same competitive advantage.
This is where the ethical
Okay, so
issue
that's what we
is.
need to get to, because you're saying that because Teddy did that, he gave somebody a competitive advantage by
That's
by giving them an Uber ride, giving them their professions and all that kind of shit.
So hold on a second. So this is the ethical issue that is at hand. The way around this is the way that private schools do it, and or the way that Illy Jones is sort of explaining it. Like Illy Jones started out by saying, "Hey, like, why didn't he say his wife made the donation or say it was anonymous?" Teddy Bridgewater, if he was unfortunately, if he was smart enough or had the correct resources, could have set up a trust. You spend a couple $100 to set up a trust. It's a nonprofit, and that nonprofit is made to donate money wherever the hell he wants it to be donated, and it's more or less an anonymous nonprofit situation that's run with money that you put in there. Therefore, if you want that money to be donated to this school, that's where the money goes. Right, and that like this removes you ethically from the situation. It allows you to do all the stuff that you're just talking about, that we're talking about here. Get the Uber rides for the kids, support them with physiotherapy,
feed them,
all of that,
all of those things. It's just you would have to have the actual understanding from a business perspective of how to protect yourself, especially in a situation where you're being paid by the organization as well. Like super unethical, bro. You're taking money, putting money back in, and the flip side is like, why doesn't my son Jeff at the competing school get this type of treatment? It's completely unethical.
Yeah, and that's the loopholes, the LLCs,
there you go,
the carve outs. You know what I mean? To all benefit not the student athlete, but the boosters and the school to make more money. They're not doing that to help the kids. They're doing that to help themselves. Whereas Teddy seems like he's doing it to help the kids and not help himself.
So well said, brother. And like a little example I'll give you is so my son was playing sort of semi-pro before he went to university ball. And when he joined the semi-pro team, out of nowhere, this brother came out of nowhere and bought the team out. Just bought it out. He's made a couple $1 million here and there doing different things, business, and he was like, "Yo, I played football. I played for this team. I want to buy this team out and dump my resources into this team and do what I can to help build it up." And that's what he's doing to this day. Shout out to you, Kevin. You know who you are. In any event, like very similar idea as to Teddy Bridgewater. In the end, he's the owner, head coach. In that year, the defensive coordinator. He pays for all the transportation and the lodging for these kids. Like all of that is coming out of his pocket, and it's out of mostly love and support for the community. Again, the difference being there's no tax dollars being pushed in this scenario. This is a semi-pro team. So semi-pro team versus semi-pro team in different cities. Hey, you can do the same thing if you want. You don't have to have an LLC. Maybe it's your own business that you're running in that case, and that's fine too. But in a high school situation, absolutely unethical, unfortunately.
Man, listen, you're teaching a business class and how to get over.
Yeah,
basically what you're trying to teach here.
That's what I'm. Somebody gotta give the knowledge sometimes. You know what I mean? Like it's.
I'm gonna keep it very simple for you kids. When I was at that place in high school, you know what I was told? I was told very simple thing. You cannot take any gifts from an outsider as an individual.
Yep.
That's about the gist of it. As an individual, you cannot take anything.
But it's like, all right, you can't take gifts. But it's like, hey, kid, oh damn, you missed the cafeteria. Well, come on, let's go get some dinner. We'll chop it about last week's pro game of whatever sport. And it's like, all right, cool. And it's like, hey, did you accept a meal from this guy? Well, we ate and we were talking about some stuff. Who paid? Did you pay? Well, no, he paid. So you accepted the meal, admit it. Oh, well, I guess. You're putting these kids in that situation. Teaching the kid like your nephew, we were talking about earlier, teaching him the game of football. Well, somebody's got to teach these kids the game of life. And part of the game of life I'm talking about is the loophole part, the gray area part, that area that a lot of people get rich or take advantage of by capitalizing on, that people don't even realize is there. That aspect of the quote unquote game, beyond the business side, the dark, crusty side of the business side, exists. We know it exists. Everybody knows it exists, but nobody teaches the kids on how to confront it or how to maneuver it.
Well, I'll take it back a little bit further. Then I'll bring you to where these kids are with Teddy Bridgewater. I can remember when I was probably on pee wee level or junior varsity level in midget football. I remember because I'm a spark plug when I'm out there. I'm like energy, like personified. And it was a couple of times when the kids, when you're in when you're in that age level, all the parents be out there watching, and they know your every movement in practice. They know how you move. They know how you are. It's like, say for instance, like when I didn't eat that much, or if I ate at all before I came to practice, I get out there and I got about a good 30, 45 minutes in me before you know it, I'm sitting there with my hands on my hip and I ain't got all that energy I used to have. I'm getting to a point here. A couple of drug dealers and a couple of fathers that wasn't drug dealers that were just concerned about me, and a couple of other kids on there. I wasn't the only one. It's like I wasn't the only kid out there that was a little hungry. And so it was offers all the time, like, hey, the drug dealers or somebody's dad, you want to come over? We're about to fix some such and such and such and such. Hey, I'll take you over here. Let me take you over here to McDonald's and get you something to eat, man. You ain't had no energy. What did you eat today? That kind of thing. It's a big fucking deal. I was very malnourished in that age span. I did not eat the way I should have. And not because I didn't want to, it's because it just wasn't there. And Teddy Bridgewater knows. He knows what the holes are. He knows that these athletes can become a way better football players if they get the proper nourishment and the proper training at a certain age. And he's trying to fill that role.
Then he needs to go through the proper channels to do so. It's all that it is what it is, right? Like the other flip side of this conversation is if he had gone through the correct channels, this would all he would get like 90% of his money back, right? It's all tax write-off. You're donating, you know what I mean? You're donating money for underprivileged children to eat and proliferate in sports. The money would come right back to the guy. He just did it the wrong way. It's almost as simply put as that. Like this is why celebrities donate money in like big chunks of money. Here, take $500,000, take $1 million of my money. I'm putting that towards a charity that I care about. Facts is the tax man gonna eat most of that money anyways. He's gonna take it. So if you took that money, buried it into a trust, and donated it to something that you cared about, in this case, underprivileged kids and or underprivileged athletes, if you will, football programs, you're going to support the thing that you love, the kids that you're worried about, and you'll actually get your money back.
Right, because
good.
Well, that from his perspective, Bridgewater is not, or somebody from that perspective is not thinking about the LLCs or the tax write-offs or the business.
He's just doing a good thing for
right. He's like, hey, my kid is hungry. Hey, that kid is overplaced and needs a ride home. Yeah. I don't want him, walking through that neighborhood late at night or, through this gang infestation. Let me put the kid in the Uber, after practice. Just little stuff like that. But all of that is, strike one, strike two, strike three, and the paper trail, when they run and tell teacher, it's like, well, we have these violations and can document it. where it's like he wasn't trying to violate shit. I mean, technically he did, but that wasn't his intention.
Exactly.
And at that point, they don't give a fuck about the intention. They just don't want him, giving a fuck about those kids like that, so they can, win those games or, not have his personality or voice being heard or whatever the issues are with those people down there.
I want to say this before we close out this conversation. As soon as I heard about it and I saw some of the details about the story and what he was involved with, what he was doing in particular, all I saw was providing meals. That part really, because of what I've been doing in my life, providing the meals. I can remember, man, being like when I was fortunate enough, my pops would take us to McDonald's. If I had a really good game or something like that, I'm busting ass. He gonna scrape up some money and take us to McDonald's. And best believe we ate everything on that goddamn thing and the salt that's left over on the paper.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, believe that.
Yeah, that's when you sucking that cheese off that wrapper.
Hold on. And then I would look over and see, some of the white kids in there. They're just sitting over there, just playing over their food. And just like it was nothing, like they get that McDonald's and all that type of shit on a regular basis. McDonald's is shit to them. They don't.
We gotta go to McDonald's again.
Completely different world than I came up in. Teddy Bridgewater came from the world that I came up in, where you love every fucking morsel and you eat it. And so I know exactly where he was coming from. Yeah. I know exactly where he was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part.
We all do. Yeah, we all get that.
Fuck all the other shit. He was taking care of them.
No, don't say fuck all the other shit.
Yeah, it does. Fuck all that.
No, because now he's in a position where he can't do it, like he was or needs to.
Well, I'm saying no is that I'm trying to put the world on game here.
Like everybody knows that, kids. You don't have to give everybody an education.
Clearly, Teddy Bridgewater didn't know this, man. But clearly, if Teddy knew this, he would have went through the right channels and
he didn't give a fuck. He knew them kids was hungry and they needed it.
Then you should have gone through the right channels, bro.
Of course, you made that point. You don't need to educate everybody on that. I'm telling you.
I think people need to be educated
you have
on
to be direct and do just that. Fuck up the rules.
Well, no, but that's the thing. You just can't say fuck the rules because guess what? Now he's ineligible to coach because he broke the rules that he said fuck. And instead of saying, hey, let me do it this way, let me get a lawyer, let me get an accountant, let me get an LLC, and let's do it this way because now we can keep helping kids and we can help more kids legally without breaking the rules. Because guess what? He helped those kids, for a brief moment, but now he's not in a position to do it anymore because he's suspended. And so he helped them for like a little bit, but now ain't nobody getting helped by him.
It's worth it to make that point. Now it's illuminated. Now everybody can see what's going on.
Yeah, for the next 15 minutes until the next story comes up in the cycle.
Come on now, y'all got to give that man some credit.
We're not taking that away.
What are you talking about? You're getting in your feelings now. So
hell yeah, because it's deep with me.
I know, but it's bro. So it's deep to me too, right? Like it's deep to me too. I've been in the same type of situation. I've also done what Teddy's done, right? I've gone out of I've paid for and sponsored kids to play sports and fed them on the way and drove them there myself. I didn't pay for the Uber. I drove them. I've done both sides of this. Facts is I don't have Teddy Bridgewater money. You know what I mean? Like that's the difference here.
No resources like that.
I don't have those kinds of resources. I just did it out of what little resources I had. And that's cool. There was no conflict of interest because again, I'm not working for the company that I'm donating to. Like this is where things get sketchy. Under normal pretenses, if Teddy had gone through the right channels, this would be a great news story. It would be continuing on for decades to come. He'd be helping these kids. Kids would be happy.
Would be going
he could have actually blown this up to support kids at all of the schools.
I think because
community
of Teddy Bridgewater,
you know what I mean?
I think because of what Teddy Bridgewater did, it's going to illuminate the issue about nutrition with some of these kids in these schools.
It's not like that's an unknown thing.
Finish, bro. Let me finish, please. It's the illumination of the issue. That's the point. If he loses a year or 2 years or he can't coach, so be it. It was worth it to make that point, and everybody's talking about it. We talking about it on the show. It makes a difference. Yes, it's important to do things the right way, but because he did it, he illuminated the issue. I don't know if he did that intentionally, but it's out there now. People talking about it.
Yeah, but those kids are still hungry.
Kids are still hungry. The issue is it existed before Teddy. It's going to exist after Teddy. I'm just saying Teddy could have really done something to not just help the kids at his immediate school. It would actually have helped all the kids in the community.
You know, but now look, going forward, he can say, hey, get together with, former players
I hope he
all across the country and say, hey, we want to do something in the hoods.
Yeah.
Let's take the idea that I did. Let's get our lawyers and accountants and make it legal.
Right,
and now let's, help build these communities and make sure that these young athletes get food and tutors and whatever they need. Yeah, that's still a possibility going forward. And it's good that he brought the attention to it and that he's doing it. All we're saying it is he did it, but because he broke the arbitrary rules, now he's not in a position to do it. So the kids that he was helping aren't getting helped. And the kids that he could have helped aren't getting helped.
So let me go one step further and we can end this thing. So he could still do it.
Right.
What he can't do is do it and get paid as a coach at the same time. Like that's what he won't be able to do. So if here's what I hope happens out of all this. I hope that he goes through the correct channels, does more or less what you just described, maybe connects with some other former players, something to that effect, builds a trust with them together, and they can start to help the entire community as a whole, as opposed to, again, just the school that he was at. I think that would work out very, very well. And I think it'd be a great news story at the end of the day from a bad news situation.
Right. All right. And then you bring in the business aspects of the Guardian helmet providers. It's like, hey, we're going to sponsor these leagues with the Guardian helmet, safety and all, advertising and all that stuff. So, it could become a thing, but you got to go through the right procedures to do it.
Yeah, we got to keep it moving, man. We can keep going with this all day. All I know is I wish I could see Teddy Bridgewater right now. I'd be like, motherfucker, that's what you're supposed to do. I don't give a fuck what it costs you. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Now I think he did it with every intention of he didn't give a fuck. Do it because it needed to be done. So that's all I care about. All that other bullshit is arbitrary to me. We got to keep moving to the next subject, and it's going to be a little bit more lighter conversation. It's famous. This is a famous conversation that's going on everywhere, but we've never had it happen over here on the Nomad Network, especially on some exercise. Jordan, #1 player ever, or LeBron James?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You're talking to the wrong.
Hey, they do it everywhere else. We might
pass.
This will be real quick and easy. I'm pretty sure on this particular panel of relatively semi-aged human beings. Jordan, without a shadow of a doubt, he changed the game in my opinion. And I think he changed the game in everybody's opinion who had the opportunity to watch him.
Is he a better basketball player than LeBron James?
Physically, when we get into the arbitrary terms like better, how are you defining better? I mean, did he score more points? Did he get more rebounds? What is your definition of better? Because everybody doesn't have the same definition. But it doesn't really matter because Jordan's mentality is something that separates him from LeBron, beyond the physicality of the game. The mentality that Jordan made his team better versus where LeBron is just a guy on the team who's good. So, I don't know how you measure, what are the parameters that makes him quote unquote better, and it's one of those debates that you can have and nobody's right, nobody's wrong. It's just a waste of fucking time, in my opinion.
No, it ain't.
I said in my opinion. You don't tell me what the hell my opinion is.
I'm telling you right now, you fucking wrong. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you know basketball and from move to move, from point to point to get from 1A to 1B, You need to have a move in your bag to do it. LeBron James is a straight line. I get the ball and I just bore right down the middle of the basketball court, and I hope everybody just bounces off me. I'm gonna take it to the hole.
And if not, he cry for a foul.
And then if he doesn't do that, he's just gonna set up for a jump shot. That's it.
Well, yeah.
Michael
Yeah, I
Jordan
mean, it's like, but
any level of that basketball.
how do you ever resolve this? I mean, you're just talking circles.
Well,
this asshole did that. Well, that asshole did this. And it's like,
if you interrupted me, cuz.
Well, it doesn't matter because there's no point to it. There is no right or wrong answer.
To you is a right or wrong answer.
I mean, it's like jerking off with no spoon. Just like
it's a better basketball player than Michael Jordan, cuz.
Okay, cool. You win. All right, next.
I ain't trying to win. I'm just trying to break it down, but you interrupted me, man. I can't even do it.
I mean, but the whole subject is just irritating.
Because you have no bandwidth for it, don't mean it shouldn't be.
Yeah, so it's like you're asking me about it, and I'm telling you I have no bandwidth for it. And you telling me
that's all you had to say at the beginning.
I did.
All right. I'm pushing it.
Look, where I sit, I will say that LeBron James is a better physical specimen with respect to the game of basketball. He's also played longer in the NBA than Michael Jordan did. Another question that could be asked is LeBron James better than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? And I think everybody would sit down and go, oh, yeah, he's way better than Kareem. Well, like similar. Huh? I think a lot of people would say that.
Okay, it probably would be, but not me.
You would say that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is better than LeBron James?
Yes, I would.
But not Michael Jordan?
Not Michael Jordan, but better than LeBron James.
Okay, so let's flip this now and say that. Okay, I
just got you thinking.
No, you didn't. That was just wild statements you're making now. Okay. You're making crazy.
Who's better, LeBron James or Larry Bird?
Larry Bird.
I would definitely say Larry Bird for completely different reasons. But same token. So then Kareem Abdul-Jabbar versus Michael Jordan. Who do you think is better, Nomad?
All around Michael Jordan.
Okay. All right. Fair.
All right. Oh, speaking of Kez, I sent you a couple pictures that I need to ask Nomad about specifically.
Okay.
Well, one specifically, the other one just kind of observation.
Hold on now. Wait, man. Let's keep flowing, man. We don't need to get side. We've been on here almost 3 hours now.
Oh, you still got more questions?
Yeah, I do. I got a couple more. So we had a take on that. Y'all ready? We gonna get it cracking, man. Y'all gonna like some of the shit I'm about to ask y'all. Who's the best NFL team, kids, you've ever seen? Even being a Chicago Bears. The best NFL team. I'm talking about team, the whole entire team that you've ever seen. Man, you got to think about it, huh?
I do.
You want me to start? I'll start if you want me to. I'll set the table.
Okay, go for it.
I'm going to say the 92 Dallas Cowboys, I think, was the best team I ever seen.
Okay. All right. So like there would have to be a little like a short list here. That would be one of them. I would also say the Buffalo Bills of I think like is it 90? I'm talking Andre Rison.
It was in the 90s. I don't know which year, but I know what you're talking about.
You know what I mean? Thurman Thomas. That's a great team. I would also say a team that blew up. And
one of the Frisco teams. One of the Frisco teams
should be on that list too. The one with Dion and the whole 9 yards, Charles Haley. A team that I thought on paper should have been one of the greatest teams, and it just blew up in their face was the Chip Kelly Eagles. The Chip Kelly Eagles on paper was disgusting, and it just didn't fly, man. LaShawn McCoy.
So who's the best? Give me one. We'll come back to you.
The best team.
We'll come back to you if you want to embellish.
1985.
85 Bears. Okay.
That's where I'm going to. I
knew eventually somebody would go there.
I'm going to baseline everything on that particular team, but yes, there. You know what I mean? There's been some really nice squads. Another really nice squad was the greatest show on turf.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like
That
was a disgusting team too.
Yeah. All right, let's what you say.
I like. I don't know. I mean, that's one of those arbitrary questions. It's like, all right, you playing on that, and the greatest teams of all time. It's like, all right, give me some of that Purple People Leaders or some of the old Cowboys teams. You know, the greatest teams in history that everybody agrees are some of the greatest teams in history. It's like, I don't. My preference, the Bears. Next.
Yeah. I would say, just watching it all and see the best team that I've seen put together was definitely that. I would definitely be talking about the Bears, but I don't think they was as potent in offense as I think it's in a small conversation, small window. I would be saying the Chicago Bears, but that offense was just like, okay, it's there when it's there, it's not when it's not. But the Dallas Cowboys had it going on both sides of the ball and on special teams. They had it going. That was the best team I ever seen assembled.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
I seen that in hindsight, but that was the best shit I ever seen. I watched every last one of them games. That first year they won that Super Bowl, they was just dominant. They were just dominant on both, especially in the trenches. I mean, on both sides of the ball. Offensive line was dominant, defensive line was dominant, and all the the outside pieces, everything fit together. It was just an awesome time to be watching some football. That was some dope shit. So I'll take Cowboys, but we can leave it there unless y'all want to embellish a little bit more and talk about it. Y'all go ahead.
Speculation, not my thing.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We can move on to the next thing. This is a little bit more fun. Give me your bucket list place, one place that you want to visit. Your bucket list number one place that you want to visit, kids and trips. Bucket list. This ain't even subjective. This is just your mind and what you think.
I had to think about this for a minute because I've already been to my OG bucket list place. I've been there. It was dope. I'm back. Where else would I really want to go?
There's got to be one thing that pokes out in your head.
Well, while kids is thinking, I've been around the world, and I've been all across the country. I don't want to go someplace too tropical and shit and be sweating and like big ass mosquitoes biting me, giving they local bacteria my body don't know. I don't want to go no place cold because I'm old and my bones don't like that shit no more. So someplace maybe tropical, but not like subterranean tropical, like the Maldives. It's right there on the ocean, or whatever body of water that is, because I'm not good at geometry. And so, just lay back in the cut, some island honeys, scantily clad, and I ain't trying to catch no case, being an American, now you know how we do. But just someplace nice and relaxing. I'm Bangkok, that looks like fun, but it's like, yeah, I've been to big cities. I'm from a big city.
You want them
makes the heart man. Huh?
In Bangkok got them lady boys, eh?
Well, yes. Okay, Dwight Howard. But I was just thinking of more just over there like Bangkok, Thailand, Vietnam, Southeast Asia area. Maybe like a Switzerland or something.
Okay. I'm gonna say Hawaii. I'm keeping it real.
I love it.
Aloha.
That's my number two.
Because I like what I mean? I like English and I like tropical weather. Right? So that's someplace where I wouldn't mind checking out. I also like Samoan broads, Asian broads. So yeah.
My number one place for me is definitely going to visit the Egyptian pyramids and visit the
okay, Egypt would be cool too.
It's definitely
Cairo and them.
Except all that desert.
I think there's something to that place. that I want to experience with my feet on the ground. I want to experience it. I want to see what it is.
I get it, but one of my Facebook friends was just literally like 2 weeks ago in Cairo and Luxor, Egypt, and in their Airbnb, they got a video of a baby scorpion running across the floor.
Yeah.
So when you put your feet on the ground, make sure you got some boots on.
Oh yeah, no matter what, it's a thing for me. I'm kind of a historian. I'm kind of a person that believes in some. I'm a spiritual person. I'm not a religious person whatsoever. I believe in God in every way that most people believe in God, but I lean more into the spirituality part of the world. I believe that place has a reference to it. I mean, a reverence to it that I don't think your average person knows exactly what it is. And I want to step foot on that thing and look at that for myself and see it. And come away with my, whatever I think, whatever my mind comes away with what this is. There's a lot of stuff out there as far as the pyramids goes, the Sphinx goes, the Valley of the Kings, and how all that stuff came to be. It's a lot of people that think there's a trips that place is like the real place is buried under the sand. It's a lot of people that believe that. And I have reason to believe there's a lot more under that sand than the eye can see. And so I want to touch that. I want to touch that ground, see it for myself, and just have that in my Rolodex or mental Rolodex to know that, okay, this is what it was for you. That's my thing, but definitely my very hot second is somewhere in Hawaii. I love that place. And I've only seen it on TV or on some video. That place right there, I think it's magical. There's something to that place. But all right. Let me ask you guys another question. I'm going to get real personal with you guys.
Oh.
If you had a time machine, Trips and Kids, what era would you visit? Would it be somewhere 20,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago? Would it be less than 100 years ago? What era really fascinates you and say, you know what, if I could visit a time and a place, that's what I would visit. I'll set the table for you. For me, easily, it would be the 20s. The roaring 20s when they were, there's a lot of gambling, there's a lot of drinking, there's a lot of carrying on. Black people in Chicago, black people in New York, places like that, they were running numbers banks and shit like that. No cameras around. I'd have definitely been on some gangster shit if I was back there in that era. Definitely. But what I know now, if I had to visit one time and place, it would be then.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't go that far back or anything like that. I would go back to like the year 2000 and slap myself for doing dumb shit and make sure that I made certain investments like Biff Tannen.
Right? You know what I'm saying? I was thinking about Back to the Future myself. Give me one of those books.
Sports Almanac.
Sports Almanacs is like, yeah, let me go on back.
I don't even need it. It's just like when you hear Bitcoin, baby, you go. When you're playing poker with a dude, he offer you Bitcoin, you get that Bitcoin, baby.
And it's like back in the 70s when my cousin was in the on the police force. He was like, for a mere $10,000 investment, he could have had a large chunk of Trojan condoms. In the 70s. This is before the whole epidemic and AIDS and all of that. Shoot. So he was getting those low prices. We are all old enough to remember when Amazon started.
Yep.
And, ain't none of us got none of that money. We're all old enough to remember when the goddamn internet started.
I just need a piece of paper. You go back to the year 1997. And here, young me, here's a piece of paper. Invest in these 5, 6, 7, 10 things,
right?
And you will easily rule the planet Earth. Here you go.
But now,
what's funny is both of y'all.
He didn't say that we could change shit.
Hold on,
so we can go back and have a conversation or just see what was going on. Not interested. I prefer to go in the future.
Y'all automatically went to how you can take how you can get a financial advantage.
Come ups.
If you went to a space.
Well, ain't that the point?
No, not for me.
You
just wanted to play footsie with some old motherfuckers?
You going to sightsee?
No. And you just listen, you go back to a time and a place I wasn't thinking that when I came up with this.
I know you weren't, because you.
Well, what's the point of going back? Just for your edification?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think binary like that, man.
Binary.
If I could change the world, if I could find an era to do it, I would do that and never take a dime for myself.
My dude, but what if taking the dime for yourself allows you to change the world?
Nah, that's different. Now, if you couple that with changing the world, that I need to take that dime to do
I know exactly who I am. If I had unlimited resources, I'd be
leave it by myself. Let's just say I had a chromosome combination, and I could go, and people were kind of denying that back in that time, that would change. Let's just say we would have the answer for cancer, we would have the answer for AIDS, we would have the answer for any major disease. Nobody would be afflicted for it. It's worth it to me to go back in time and change that and not take a dime, because I lost people.
But okay. But you're not a fucking scientist.
If you go back in time, you're anything you want to be, bro.
Okay, I'm just saying, like,
so
if
you would go back in time and find and develop the cure for cancer.
Like, I appreciate the sentiment.
I would.
Yes, I appreciate the sentiment that you're putting forward, and you're saying that you wouldn't do it for financial gain.
Personal self.
You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate your sentiment. I'm saying that I would take over the finances of basically the planet Earth and ensure that the that the cure for cancer.
Dark Lord. That's how you think you're the Dark Lord, man. You want?
No, I'm not the Dark Lord. I'm a paladin. Look,
he said he'd rather be on top than on the bottom.
But I'm a paladin though. I'm gonna do it and then save the world. But I need the reason. I gotta be Batman.
You think he's gonna actually get all that control and try to save the world? Or he gonna just...
No, I think I can get
absolute power corrupts absolutely.
No, but I'm not a corruptible person.
You ain't the type of person.
Absolute power, that'll get in your ass.
No, I'm not a corruptible.
You gotta have a heart, man.
I do. You're acting like I'm completely heartless. I'm not.
Not completely.
You're not, but you can be if you. Like,
just a couple of the chambers are filled with gold. Not all four.
Look, if you cross me and I got unlimited resources, you're cooked. Like, don't get me wrong.
If you start amassing too much power, you could be dangerous, bro.
I would be super gangster, but let me tell you though, cancer would be cured. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that
would be solved.
You know what I'm saying?
Homelessness, what's that?
So that would be taken care of. These are things that I would work to fix. Would you all bow to my statue at the arena? Probably. But like, you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, what's a little bit of bowing when there's no cancer?
It's like Mount Rushmore. I just got my face on it. Cool. It's all good. I'm very photogenic.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what makes this show cool, man.
But I got a question though, Matt. A serious question. Real quick. Not long. Bring up those pictures, kids.
Wow, man, what is it, man? What you trying to do?
We'll bring up the basketball one first. When you were talking about Stevenson not living down this thing as a rookie, the Bulls drafted this kid, Noah Essengay from France. I think he's like 18 years old. Well, they were playing in the summer league, and he got dunked on. And there's a still picture that's floating around that it's going to take him a while to live down.
Why didn't you?
You see that, kids?
I see it.
Don't pull it up, man, because Trips, you getting me on track, man. I'm trying to steer this shit, man.
Huh?
All right, pull it up. Pull up this
real
one.
Quick. Wait, what is this? Wait, what is it?
Off the screen.
That's the wrong thing. That
was like Master Ace sitting on Chrome. That's my shit, but that's not what we was talking about.
Oh, that's you.
Man, take it down, man.
Sitting on Chrome.
Man, let me guide this shit.
I thought we was done.
No, we got one more thing that I want to ask you guys.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well,
sure. When do we get to talk about anything?
Yeah, sure. But let me get this off.
There we go. There's a picture.
This
is a big getting done.
Everybody didn't seen that.
Yeah, but I mean,
I didn't see it up to now. This is me seeing it.
All right, Nike, let's go, man.
I mean, that is some straight up Diddy shit right there, though. But my question is the next picture. You're a fashionista, Nomad. And I have no idea.
Wait a minute, slow down. What you call me?
A fashionista.
Nah. Nope.
No?
Not even close.
Well, what do you call you? Like, you care about like colors of socks and vertical and horizontal and shit. So the picture is of Kyle Tucker, the Cubs right fielder.
Damn, is this what you talking about? Oh,
Yeah, and he's in the All-Star game, but he's wearing a suit. And I know what a suit looks like. I'm not that much of a Neanderthal. I know like what a 3-piece suit looks like with a vest and shit. But he's wearing like, look at his suit. What is that thing with the buttons and the strap? You see it, kids? Well, you're muted, by the way.
yeah, I'm pulling this up right now.
What is that, like something new that the kids are wearing? Does that have some kind of function on the suit? What is that strap over? You see the little button strap thing?
This is like just in case, you want to take your suit jacket off real fast. This is to prevent that from happening. This is a suit jacket removal mechanism.
Really?
That's the only thing I could come up with.
I don't even see what the fuck y'all talking about.
It's on his it connects from his like where you put your flowers, like a flower. There's a button there.
He's got like a strap.
Yes, a strap
from the inside of his jacket, and it's buttons to the outside of the jacket for no good reason.
What is that?
Like,
Man, no, who gives a fuck?
Much like many of your topics tonight, but I'm asking anyway.
Man, get this shit off the screen. Fuck all this shit. Get this shit.
But what is that? Is that the tie doesn't go there? What is that? I don't understand what that is.
I'm very confused and uncertain, but he seems to think it's great. He's posed very astutely looking out that window.
Man,
all right.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, the Blazers and like where the button is, it's like you can put a boutonniere, the little flower thing in there. Isn't that what you call it? But that's not a boutonniere in there. It's a button and it's a strap going to the other side of it. I just don't get it. I thought you might know because you care about color schemes and coordination and all that good shit.
I ain't a suit and tie guy.
And socks.
I'm not a suit and boot guy at all. At all. I didn't even see exactly what y'all was talking about. I was just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's not a vest, obviously. It's just some kind of strap. And I don't know what it does. It's not a tie. It's not a tie clip. I don't understand the purpose of it. Or while it just looks
trying to like rip you out your jacket. It's like, no.
But it's only like a couple little buttons that's holding it on.
All right. You know what? You have to show me that behind the scenes because I definitely did not see what you was trying to get at. Everything that you saw and kids saw, I did not see and didn't get it.
Yeah, because it blends into the suit if you don't have like a good look at it.
I could not see it. But I got one little last personal question. Omit names if you feel like it. Make up a name if you want to.
Oh, damn.
This is very personal.
Great.
If there was a girl that you can get a do-over for, tell me who she is and what was the situation. You don't have to say any actual names unless you just choose to. I got one. I got a story to tell y'all. But tell the story if you want to. Kids, trips if you want.
Oh, I have no interest in this topic.
You probably shouldn't.
It passed.
I know you guys are both going back and forth saying you don't have interest in this, that, the third, LeBron James, Michael Jordan. I would say if anything,
there had to be a girl,
Yeah, there's a few.
It don't even matter no more, kids.
There's a few, and they kind of still sort of matter in their own little rights. So I ain't gonna say. I'm gonna shut up. Trip.
There was a hey girl. Let's call her Beyonce.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to say it over trips so you can get it right?
Oh no, I'm good. So Beyonce, we met at this conference, for the like a week conference, 4 days, whatever. And kind of hit it off and was in the room and it was about to go down. Had to get this turkeyest nips and it's like all delicious and shit. But throughout the conversation, it never really came up or like directly, but it was like, oh, you're still married because she wanted to get a divorce or something. And then, but that was like something that came up like when we was already in the room. And it's like, wait, you got kids and a husband. And it's like, well, I really don't care, but you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be no home wrecker or nothing. Whereas like I should have knocked the dust off that. Like if I had to go back, I would probably smash it like Idaho potato.
Look what you did.
But then it was like, look at me trying to have morals and character and shit, and not hit and smash when it was very, very smashable. Because of feelings and shit. And now they ain't even together no more. So it wouldn't have been me even breaking the shit up. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, yeah, if I had to go back, it was like, ooh. And that was a hotel too where you can do all that nasty shit and not have to worry about cleaning up either. Oh hell yeah.
So trips, you had a heart and you had an inner self.
I know. I was so stupid.
Is that stupid or was that right?
Maybe it was right in the moment, Teddy Bridgewater, but overall it wasn't the best move. I don't know, but you asked, and it's like if I could go back, it was like yeah. Well, he ain't here. You ain't even in the same zip code, so we getting this on.
All right, you know what, man? I got several things I can mention about this.
What do you do before you do?
Oh.
You can get yourself in trouble.
I know, right?
Me? No.
Are you sure?
This is one of those conversations that is like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and you don't want to have that gander.
Tell me the Prince of Darkness. I got no heart. I'm just looking out for you, bro.
Hey man, hey, Kids, this is the thing, man. My girlfriend knows, I mean, I ain't told her every fucking thing, but she knows like situationally where I've been. She knows the kind of life I lived before I met her. I met her at the time when I'm mellowing out and being, a civil human being in this world.
And Nomad St. Jacques.
Not ho-hopping and all that other type of shit.
A civil human being.
Walking around throwing it here. What's wrong with you, young girl?
I'm good with him. But man, dude, there's so many I can tell you about, but there was one in particular where I don't even know what came over me, man, but I got into, let me ask you guys this. Have you ever physically put your hands on a woman and regretted it? That's the only time in my life. Listen, I'm going to tell you, the only time in my life I physically put my hands on a female, she attacked me because she got upset with me over some stuff and she smacked me with a remote. She smacked the dog shit out of me with a remote.
Universal.
And I turned on her, and it was just reaction. It's like, boom. Next thing you know, she was on the ground. I didn't hit her. I didn't body slam. I just kind of turned her over and put her on the ground and pinned her there. And, I take that back. It was another time when I actually did hit a girl, but it was even before that.
I was trying to make sure you didn't incriminate yourself with the.
No. I'm going somewhere,
further.
So what I am is a man that's in progress and a man that's better than the guy that I was when any of those things happened. And so I end up being in a physical situation with this female, and she ended up wanting to call the police on me. I had her pinned to the ground. She was biting me, kicking me, scratching my shit to the white man. I believe I told you this, kids, behind the scenes. She scratched my shit down to the white meat, and I was just pinning her down and waiting until she calmed down. I'm like, I'm not letting you up until you calm down. And, she ended up wanting to call the police on me. I talked her out of that. She didn't do it. And immediately after that, I told her there's no future with me and you. We can't do this. And we ended up splitting up. And over the years, bro, I realized that I might have been hasty about that. I might have been hasty about that. She was going through something. I was going through something. I was looking for an opportunity to get away from. I was just not trying to be one-on-one with any female, and I needed that opportunity to get out of that situation so I can get back to my hoe hop. I was a hoe, but that was a good woman. She just was frustrated with me and my ways.
Well, I'll just put it this way. I have a lot of friends, and some of them are bastards, and some of their women loved me. And, I probably should have done things in certain situations that I didn't do. So we'll just kind of leave it there. There's a bunch of them. And,
Look
hey.
at kids being all gracious, talking about he ain't smash all his homies' girls.
This
That's
is basically
nice.
what I'm trying to say, and I probably should have, you sons of bitches.
I would never do that.
I've had to get physical with women, but that was just in the duties of security kind of shit. Where they was drunk or fighting or something. So they had to catch hands like a dude because they was acting like a dude. That's just part of the business. But on a personal level, maybe a little choking, but that was more autoerotic asphyxiation. They was into it, so it was consensual.
There's a Michael Hutchins shit going on.
It's so nasty ass.
So it's like, it's especially when it's like you ain't doing nothing with your other hand and they kind of move it up to they throat. It's like, oh, I know what you want, and it's like just not too hard. It's like, okay, but that's when you got to be careful though, because like if something happened and like if she make a call and the police come, and it's like, well, your fingerprints are around her throat. It's like, but she wanted it there, Ossifer. And so you got to be careful and know who you're messing with.
I'm just gonna say to both y'all that's them white girls bruise easily, so be careful with what
Chris got some weirdo shit going on. You weird motherfucker, man. What you doing, man? What you doing grabbing bras around there?
Hey man, hey.
Set your ass down.
I'm not the weird one giving them what they want. They want to be choked. So they the weird ones.
No,
I'm just trying to be normal.
I'm avoiding any situation, anything. I done ran across a lot. But any situation where I got to physically even project that I might be being aggressive, I ain't doing it.
I mean, you'll never like be hitting it from the back and like whack out. Give a little
with that.
You know what I'm saying? That's physically aggressive.
I'm careful with that.
I mean, because right there you got your big ass black handprint all on those ass cheeks.
This is 2025, and I'm careful with all that.
Mm-hmm.
You should be too, brother.
Oh yeah. But that's why you got to make sure they into it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you like to be smacked up, flip it, rub it down. Oh no! And it's like, hey, how you doing, girl? No. Hey, girl. That's when it's like who you can get rough with because there's a segment of the females that like it rough.
That's how
it's not
this. Out of Pepe.
No, I don't mean the ones that like it rough until they don't, and then like call him like he gave it to me rough and I didn't want it at all. And it's like, you lying heifer. I'm talking about the ones that you have a relationship with that a little bit, and it's like, oh yeah, I can get rough with that one. She called me daddy and shit, all that fun stuff. So it's like, the ones that you do is like that would not be a I just met you tonight, one night stand kind of activity, because that's where you get caught up. You got to be, gentlemanly and like kind of pretty much straight missionary then.
Come on, kid, before we get up out of here, man, you got to give us something, even some little pee-wee shit when you was a little boy.
No chance.
Oh, man. Little boy.
Hey, man, we had it so everybody gonna smash all his boys' girls.
Everybody that poured out their feelings, man. Come on, man. Don't be no punk. Man.
You don't need any of that information live and direct that somebody can rewind and go, hey, kids, man, I heard what you said about my wife. My ex
for some Bears shit.
Former girlfriend. I thought this was a Bears podcast.
Come on, man.
Like Kaz is keeping his Canucks in his zippers.
Come on, man.
Get the hell out of here before I kick your little ass.
No, not this guy. Nah.
Come on, man. I can't even get a grade school shit.
No, sir. No,
punk ass, man. Come on,
man.
I
like grade school.
How you doing? Like,
you might have met a girl in grade school. You just wish you.
I'll never tell.
There's like 4 of those, but like, who cares about them? Like, they don't.
Female right
2
now.
of them was teachers.
I'll say another one. There's a female right now on Channel 7 News in fucking New York City. She's on the news every single day. Had her. Beautiful woman. But that's just another one, man. You know what I mean? Just got away from me. She's every day on the news.
Career
Married,
woman.
couple of kids now. You know what I mean?
Family.
She's it's one of the ones that you feel like, all right, if I'd have done some things different, might have been different.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well,
nothing wrong with that.
These broads know who they are. Like just you know who you are.
Yes, they know who they are if they listen to this.
And you know who you are.
good enough, close enough. All
Come
right,
on, man.
next.
I'm so weak, all right, I'm gonna leave kids alone before you fuck around and start spilling.
I'm just saying like bad things will happen. There are repercussions.
And consequences.
Canada ain't
to
that
running off
big.
with the jibs.
Our population
Big as
is
hell.
in the United States of America. I will run into these broads tomorrow. I'm telling you.
All right, man. We gonna leave it there, man, because I try to get kids to pour out, man. He getting get prickly.
That's what she said.
I guess many times. Shit.
That motherfucker might got a couple of kids around that motherfucker. He ain't trying to tell it. He ain't trying to tell it. I wouldn't tell it either.
Nobody needs to know.
Hey, I might have a few of them out there. I don't know about it. But
Wait, here's a real quick question, kids. Nomad, what is the simp national anthem? I'll pay your rent. I'll buy your clothes. Girl, I'll do anything. That one, or you go back to the old school where it's like, oh shit, what's the song?
I told you whenever we get close, Trip do that. Dog.
I know. Not Babyface out, but the other one. Oh shit, old school song where he was talking about taking care of the girl.
You
Didn't care what she did as long as
man.
the
Listen,
simp song. God damn it! Now I can't remember
except for your clothes, man. Let's go
I'm
close.
thinking about old school
Look,
chicks that I didn't smash.
There's so many songs like what you're trying to describe. Like there's one, as a for instance, from Phil Collins. And Phil Collins got problems, bro. I'm gonna say now. I feel bad for Phil Collins. I've been listening to some Phil Collins lately. I don't know about y'all. Phil Collins is a bad mother F. He is.
Arrow Night, right?
That I don't care jam.
I don't care anymore.
I want everybody to go bang that tomorrow when you're in your whip. Bang, I don't care, Phil Collins. It's one of the dopest tracks of all time. But there's a whole other side. I'm trying to remember what.
No one cares. It's just trying to trick yourself into believing that you don't care is just an oxymoron all in itself.
No, it's a dope.
I don't give a fuck what song it is. Trying to trick yourself into believing I don't care about anything.
It's not a trick. It's not
You're
a trick.
lying to yourself if you don't care.
No, you need to hear. You don't know this song, then. You don't know this song. My guy's like laying it down because people are persecuting him. People talking
I
trash.
don't care what you say.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. Because people talking trash.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have made the goddamn.
People talking trash. He ain't trying to hear that trash.
You hear it.
No.
Hey, man, listen. We got to get ready to get up
Good
out of here.
music. Yeah, go ahead.
3 hours and 30 minutes. We need to close this thing out because I got to get up in the morning and go do
one last thing before we shut it down. Superman sucks. That's all I got to say. It was not a good
Who sucks?
Superman. The Man of Steel, not a good
He was all in his feels, wasn't he?
Oh, man. Dog, that's a whole other conversation. That could end up. We can be here for another hour and a half.
No. I'm keeping it real short. That was all I really had to say about it.
That can cost us another hour and a half.
That's a real bad movie. Not good.
All right. I ain't gonna ask you why you think it sucks.
I wasn't elaborating. We can shut the show down.
Well, shut it down. Looking forward to those Mr. Terrific movies.
Hey, real Bears fan, Chris, take it easy now. I'm a huge, massive Marvel fan. I'm also a DC fan too, but this movie was really bad. I'm also a James Gunn fan. I'll even put that out there too. I like James Gunn movies. The Guardians of the Galaxy were really good. This movie was whack.
I had a Marvel question after that.
What?
But since you want to continue, let's do it. Let's fucking do it.
What?
Who is the baddest of all the Marvel characters there is? Give me reasoning.
The baddest.
The baddest, undefeatable. Who's gonna whoop all their ass out of all of them?
Okay, so like, who's whooping ass relentlessly?
Who's whooping everybody's ass and ain't gonna? He can whoop all their ass and they can't do shit about it. You know all their powers, kids.
I
You
do.
know all their powers. So it's easy.
It's not. No, it's not because there's levels to this game, bro. So like Wolverine is the baddest motherfucker ever. Period. But
he's Marvel.
Yeah, but once you get into a certain power sets, there's people who are like just like cosmically like Professor Xavier has a son. All right, his name is Legion. This guy's power is off the chain, so much so that it drives him crazy. There's actually a TV show called Legion that's like loosely based on this guy. He goes schizophrenic, loses his mind, but has psychic powers to the level that he can create his own personalities with their own power sets. Changes reality. This guy's off the chain with levels of power. Like Legion's crazy. But if we're just talking about like I'm whooping your ass, we're fighting, and you can't beat me mano a mano, it's Wolverine. There's got to be a slight lean towards Deadpool as well, because at the end of the day, Deadpool's pretty dangerous and he's actually super funny. And there's like a whole comic arc of him versus Thanos, and like Thanos kills Deadpool. He gets killed and winds up banging Thanos' girl, like the girl Thanos loves. He bangs her and then marries her and comes back, and she's Lady Death, so she brings him back to life. He comes back to life, and Thanos is like, yo, like I killed you. What are you doing here? You know what I mean? Like I killed you. And he's like, oh well, remember that girl you love? Yeah, I met her when I was dead, and I banged her and I married her. So fuck you. So Thanos beats the shit out of Deadpool again, and curses him that he can't die. So like, because he has a gauntlet, he makes it so that my boy can't die, so he can't go back and see the chick. But every time he goes back and dies and sees the chick temporarily, he gets pulled back into like real world, and Thanos kills him again. So there's just a repeating cycle of Thanos killing Deadpool, and it's hilarious. It's some of the funniest shit ever. But yeah, comic book love.
How did I know I was going to trigger kids by asking that? How did I know that?
If you wanted to extend the show for another hour, for sure, I could really dissect.
That's all you, man. I didn't do that.
That's all you. Because I remember the only way I can remember the difference between Marvel and DC is because I had the video game on the Dreamcast system. Marvel versus DC, the fighting game.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, all that small print and shit, I never could read that shit.
Oh man, it gets real and crazy, man. It gets real and crazy, and like I say, there's aspects of it that I really love and appreciate. My problem with Superman, real simple, and like it could be a problem for Batman too if James Gunn is doing the Batman movies. You can't add comedy to Superman. You can't add comedy to Batman because they're very delicate property.
I think you got a point there, bro. I think you got a very strong point there.
You can't. Like if you,
I think there was a level of comic relief that Mr. Terrific, Fantastic. Which one is he?
Mr. Terrific. He was slightly.
He was a very dry comedy, but
I liked him. I actually really liked his character in this. Like, there's certain things I liked about it. I did like his inclusion in the movie, but there's levels of comedy you can't bring to Superman because it waters down. Like this guy has no weakness except for like a special green rock from space. Like he can basically beat anything. So there should be like some existential threat that requires this uber powerful being. And in this
he would be like kids and be on everybody would have to worship him while he kept everybody happy and safe.
It's funny you say that because there's an actual arc of Superman that's kind of based like that. Instead of landing in the USA, he lands in Nazi Germany, and he basically becomes like the leader of the Third Reich and takes over the world and runs things. Like it's a whole other version of Superman grows up in Nazi Germany.
Can I say something, kids, real quick?
Yeah.
because I think you hit the nail on the head a little bit ago when you said you can't really get away from, some like comedy and shit like that. Like I'll say, for instance, like the first time I looked on there and saw the first Superman, the comedic aspect to it was very subtle, very, very subtle. There was a little bit of, he and ha in there, but it's very, very subtle. But I'm talking about the original Superman.
I'm glad you went back there, because if you remember the original Superman trilogy, the first movie, everybody remembers it. It's awesome. There's a couple of little jokes here and there. But Superman 2 with Richard Pryor, who we all love.
That wasn't Superman 2. That was Superman like 3 or 4.
I'm pretty sure it's Superman 2, bro.
It ain't Superman 2 for sure. I guarantee it wasn't Superman 2. I see it.
All right, No Maniacs. Kez, the comic book head, versus Nomad.
That was number 3 or 4, kid.
Richard Pryor and Superman. Which movie was it?
You got me, bro. You got me.
Nomad takes the trophy.
Nomad takes the trophy.
I love Superman, man.
I thought it was Superman 2, but either way, my point being is that Richard Pryor Superman was one of the worst ones. Right? Like, I love Richard Pryor. They tried to infuse some comedy into the Superman world.
It just doesn't.
It didn't work at all, right?
You can't. So what I'm trying to get at is anytime you're trying to remake something or trying to double onto or triple on or quadruple or whatever you're trying to do with that franchise, you go to the original. Like, everybody didn't read the comic books, bro. You got to understand that a very small percentage of us people on the earth read the comic books. Some people just wasn't into those, and there's a lot of other people that didn't read that kind of stuff, but they watched the movies. And you go back to the first movie, what captivated people is the story, and the good guy versus bad guy. How did the good guy overcome the bad guy? You can't get too far away from that storyline. That's why Kez is right. When you start adding shit that's ancillary to what Superman is all about in its core, you're gonna fuck the whole thing up.
So, I'm gonna sort of sit here and say that he didn't really add too much that was ancillary, but again, just light heart, like without an existential threat. Like, there's something for real that's going to destroy everything. You gotta stay true to that. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to do Superman.
No. You just got to be creative enough to think about what is the next thing that we can actually turn it into a figure. You know what I mean? So let's just say, okay, we think AI or we think something like that is going to destroy the world. What can AI create to destroy the world? Can we turn it into this big hulking figure or something that is unstoppable? And how can we get Superman to take this motherfucker down? You can't get away from this thing versus this thing that's supposed to be all powerful, which is Superman. You gotta keep it that simple. Am I right?
But then also, there are only so many ways you can tell Superman's story.
So they didn't do that, and in the same respect, I give them props for that. They didn't, like, the first, and this is the only part of the movie that I'll slightly spoil. It's just like they didn't go through the origin story of Superman. They fast forward.
Well, they did, but they went the long way about it. The way they did it, the little spaceship that he came in as a baby with the crystals and shit. Remember how that was instrumental? Well, in this one, they built a little bit more on the crystals, and you know what I mean, on that. So they went into the origin story, but just told it from a different perspective.
From an origin story perspective, all that they did is they put some words on the screen in the first 10 minutes of the movie. It was like, hey, here's what you guys know has happened with Superman and how we got here, and here we are. Boom, let's go. And to that respect, I'm like, okay, that's cool. I didn't have to sit here and watch the same thing I've watched like 15 times already all over again. Thanks for that. That was okay. But
Krypton, we get it.
It was all right. But at the end of the day, it's that comedic aspect to this. This should have been a bit more dark and brooding, and that's why Batman works. For instance, on the Batman side, is the Batman films with comedy are the worst ones as well.
And the only comedy that works in Superman is the editor, Perry.
Yes, you got to keep it in its arena, right? Like if you kept it with Perry and Perry was a little bit jovial, or even Jimmy Olsen was a little bit jovial, cool. Or something with respect to Lois Lane was funny, cool. But there still has to be a brooding, overarching,
right?
Super
Superman can't be
threat.
doing one-liners and shit. Want to go yaka waka waka. Come see me every week at Laugh Factory. Don't forget to tip your servers.
You know what?
That's what they got Superman doing.
You know what gets lost in this whole thing is you got big time people with millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on these projects. And they keep hiring the same kinds of motherfuckers in their peer group, people that's in LA or wherever, and they want this product and they are listening to these a bunch of nerds and nobody thinking motherfuckers sitting at a table with a bunch of money. Give me the best idea you got. And this is how you land with shit like this. And you getting so far away from, like, I believe 110%. I think a fan written, like there's fan videos of Superman or Batman out there that people done use AI to cartoonize. There's better storylines in that shit than the actual movies who got hundreds of millions of dollars to produce it. You gotta get with the people that know what this is, and what made them intrigued in the first place. You guys are describing right now.
That's interesting. There's a lot of fan art out there and fan concepts out there that might contribute well. Like, I have to give James Gunn props because, again, he took Guardians of the Galaxy and really did great things with it. Mind you, that original comic book series is hilarious. It's rooted in comedy.
Supposed to be comedy.
You know what I mean? There's comedy rooted already in the source material, so it worked. This is not the same thing. It's a bit of a different thing and a special thing, and you can't just sort of port that style over here. And that's my 2 cents.
Right. You can't turn Superman into Deadpool.
No.
I mean, but you got the nerds all fired up. Look at Andre Bryant talking about, remember, Bruce Wayne is the mask. Batman is the actual person.
Like kids, I mean, Trips, I'm a Godzilla and King Kong type of person. I'm like one of those kind of people that loves that.
Monster, Ultraman, right now.
They've got a black and white Godzilla. I can't think of the name of it. It was like Godzilla 1920 or something. It had whatever it was, but that Godzilla framed in the black and white in Japan, terrorizing that island.
Just stepping on the cardboard building.
I mean, we brought Godzilla to the United States. We brought Godzilla everywhere. But something about that version of it that the Japanese people made keeps you right there in the vein of what, if you like original Godzilla, it's black and white, right?
Well, just think about back then. They didn't have AI or sound stages. Their special effects sucked you in to believing that this, big lizard thing is terrorizing this city, and the people are running, with terror in their eyes, and he's just and then he's battling, and it just sold you on the concept of not everything is laid out for you. Yes, you're watching it, but your imagination is still at work. Whereas, nowadays they try and take all imagination away by being so, specific in what they're in their art, if you will.
Trips, have you seen Kong versus Godzilla? Kong, Godzilla, I think New Kingdom.
Is that the one with Samuel L. Jackson?
Yeah, I think
that's the first one. That's Kong Skull Island. That's Kong Skull Island. I'm talking about.
Well, I've seen them all, but they all run together.
New Kingdom. That shit is off the charts. If you have not seen that, is
that the one where the little girl was communicating with him and they had to change his tooth because he had a toothache?
Yeah, that's Kong. That's Kong and Godzilla New Kingdom. So he went to, basically they put him in a time warp and sent him under Earth, into a kingdom where there was other Kongs and people that was like him.
Oh, that's right.
And Godzilla had to come down there and help the situation out because motherfucker was about to come up to the earth and just
that's when they woke up Mothra.
Yeah, yes, that shit was outstanding. I thought that was out fucking standing. I don't know what y'all thought about that. I thought that was outstanding.
Yeah, it's cool, but it's just how many different ways can we remake, basically the same movie? And it's like, all right, what mischief is Kong gonna get into in this movie? Or Godzilla. Well, they're gonna fuck some shit up, and people are gonna run and try to stop them. It's very
simple, bro.
So, yeah, very simple. But it's like, how can you twist the story to make it more interesting? And that does not mean CGI or effects like that. But is there a different way to tell the story? Or Kong is on the side with some humans, and then Godzilla is on the side of Kong against this monster. So it's just how they tell it. It's just
it's very simple. As simple as
the format.
Fucking slapstick comedy, where a fat dude falling down the steps still gonna crack your ass up, ain't?
Antagonist, protagonist, simple fat ass.
Fat dude falling down the steps gonna crack your ass up.
Yeah, slapstick. There you go.
That's as simple as it gets. A big creature, over a city or over that's the same stuff. It never gets old, bro.
But I'm more into, I guess, like your John Wicks or like Nobody Part 2's coming out next month. Those are more my speed.
Yeah, I mean, I like that kind of stuff, but it's just all that action and that shit ain't.
Oh, come on now, you like them John Wicks though.
I like fucking with them every now and again, but it ain't my bag.
Them John Wick.
He dodged too many bullets, man. Get the fuck out of here.
The first time watching, fair. Like he takes some bullets too, though. The first time,
a lot.
John Wick 1, like you have to watch that with your woman. I just suggest to anybody who hasn't seen it, like I'm sure.
I did. I have.
Romantic.
Did you watch it with your woman?
Yeah, she's like, all right, man, get that shit out of it. She just like me when it comes to that.
Oh, seriously? Because my woman was like, oh, this is bullshit. Oh my God, they killed the dog. You know what I mean? Like, the whole she was like, this is bullshit. I don't want to watch no action movie. Oh no. And she was in, like she was in, and I was like, are you for real? She, oh yeah, he needs to kill all these. I was like, okay, like you go, John Wick, you get them motherfuckers. They killed your dog.
Now we're up to the ballerina, you know what I mean?
Hey man.
Sinners was very, very.
Yeah, that was different.
Yes, it was very much so. I think we talked about that on the other show, but
you did.
That that got me. We can get into the whole genre of movies and TV shows. I think depending on your, like, everybody is they're upstairs from the neck up. They are prone to this kind of entertainment or whatever it is in front of them, and they're more wired to really receive and be receptive of certain kind of entertainment. And like for me, I can look at pretty much anything. It's just got to have something to it that draws me and keeps me there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as long as there are bullets flying and shit blowing up,
2 or
I'm
3
there.
fucking.
But look at Michael B. Jordan. From the days of The Wire where you couldn't add shit up to Sinners where he's playing a dual role. And I'm interested in some people who can play those dual roles so seamlessly. Very, very incredible. We need to see more of that. And
just considering what you're saying, I hope, and like, I don't know how folks will take this comment, but I hope that Jonathan Majors gets his old job back as Kang the Conqueror in the MCU. And when you say dual roles, this guy was sort of forced to potentially play like 6 or 7 versions of the same guy. And when he started it out in Loki, And he was like this wild and crazy version of this dude. Like, hey, like when you wait till you meet my counterpart, and then you meet him down the road, and he's a jerk. You know what I mean? You hate the second version of him, who's completely different than the original. And this is Kang the Conqueror. And then there's a bunch of other versions of him that are yet to show up. But unfortunately, he gets caught up in some sort of a domestic case. And that's, you know what I mean? That's up in the air. He's now
choking him out when it wasn't consensual.
You know what I'm saying? And now he doesn't have the job anymore. But I hope they figure a way to bring him back and redeem him, much like they redeemed one Robert Downey Jr., who had many different types of cases against him. He was redeemed with the Iron Man franchise. So,
the thing with him though, he was a druggie, so it was more self stuff as opposed to like your Kevin Spacey. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, you went a different direction.
Yeah, he got canceled for different Hollywood reasons.
Let me tell you a movie I think was very slept on, and they should have made a number 2, 3, 4, and kind of expanded on it.
What?
I Am Legend.
They did.
They did do a sequel without Will Smith. He didn't want to have any part of it, and
What was that? I didn't see that.
Exactly.
I'm Legend too.
Exactly. He opted out.
Who was the lead in there?
I don't know.
Yeah, that must be terrible as fuck because y'all don't even remember that motherfucker.
Well, nobody went to see it because you went to watch the movie because it was a Will Smith film, and you would think Will Smith would be a part of this movie. He was not. So everybody.
Because I remember I Am Legend 2. It came out.
Oh, I want to see that then. I want to see
I don't think you're missing anything.
I want to see how bad it was because they fucked that up. That was was one that they should have.
Or it's supposed to come out, but it hasn't yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. So y'all act like y'all seen the motherfucker. Y'all ain't
well, is it? Because there's another one that was very similar.
Y'all ain't seen a goddamn.
It never came out.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all act
because it was supposed to come out. They were filming it or something, but that was right around the time with the whole Chris Rock slap thing or something.
That was it. It got greenlit in that time, and that slap killed the film.
Right.
I'm gonna say how they talk around here. Y'all ninjas capping.
No, I mean it was supposed to come out, and Will Smith was gonna be in it. And I remember he was older, but that was right when the whole bad press thing came in with that, and so it was like.
So March 4th, 2022, smack in the middle of the pandemic, exactly when this would have went down, like maybe weeks before.
Okay,
he slapped Chris Rock. They greenlit this film.
I'm trying to get at something. Did y'all like I Am Legend enough to go watch I Am Legend 2?
Well, I don't go watch anything, but yeah, I would watch it.
Okay, no matter how you went about watching it, would you watch it again? If there's another.
Yeah, I would check it because it was a cool story. And it's like, all right, well, how does that evolve? Do they find a cure? Are there more humans? The whole storyline thing.
So here's the thing about this movie that I'll be real surprised if they remake this ever. And the reason I'm saying this is, do you remember how the zombie apocalypse started in this movie?
Yes, I remember. I've seen it at least 8, 9 times, 10 times.
Oh, that's a lot of times for watching I Am Legend. But like, how did it start?
They was setting up the Batman and Superman movie in that.
Say what now?
No, how did the illness start? The disease, the virus.
Yeah.
Well, they were trying to cure cancer. They came up with the virus for cancer, the antivirus for cancer.
So they created
the vaccine for cancer. So you stuck on the word vaccine now.
I'm stuck on it, man. Why would I be stuck on the word vaccine?
Carry on. I want to see where you're going with this.
I'm just saying that this movie is very interesting with respect to the word vaccine.
Okay, that's exactly where I thought you were going.
But that's what the film is about. The film is about we created a vaccine and it turned everybody into zombies. That's what the movie is about. For real. Yes, there's action and Will Smith and
a dog.
You know what I mean? And a shotgun. There's things in the movie, but that's what the film is actually about. And given the fact we just went through a pandemic with a bunch of, with with vaccines and stuff.
Yeah,
I think it would be a little bit of a touchy subject to
There'll
bro.
be at least 20 or 50 people that die listening to kids and Canuck talking about, vilifying.
I took the vaccine.
Come on, man. Some people gonna die because there's gonna be another pandemic. People gonna die. Fuck all that.
Well,
shit.
don't worry. They won't even make vaccines no more in the future. You know what I mean? So you ain't got to worry about it.
They'll just spray it in the sky. They'll drop it from planes.
Well, no, but the people that are in charge of making the vaccines for stuff don't believe in vaccines. So if anything jumps off in the near future, don't look for vaccines coming from here.
I'll tell you just so we don't get carried away with this conversation. I'll tell you a movie franchise that I found out in the last 3 to 5 years was the goddamn what is that? I can't think of the name of it, but it was the werewolves versus the vampires. It's
oh no, you did
not
Abbott and Costello?
Not Twilight.
You're talking Twilight.
No. It's something else. Where the
then you're talking Underworld.
Underworld. Like it. Yeah.
I just got to that a few years ago, bro. And I got lucky one night. I was sitting here waiting on my girlfriend to get ready to send her mother to bed. And I got to get up and lift her and do all that kind of shit. And I was just looking for some shit. And that came up. And I like that kind of genre.
I bet you did.
I turned it on. And the very first Underworld blew me the fuck away. I was just like, God willing, there's a part 2 to this. And as I was watching the credits of that movie, you know how it's set up on YouTube. If you press pause and you go down a little bit, you might see the very next installment of it or something like that. I was just like, holy shit. How come I don't know about this?
Bruh, I could watch that.
Dope.
I watch that girl in leather for weeks. I don't really care.
That's what you
I don't care if there's vampires, werewolves. I don't care what.
See what's tight.
It's like from some Kate Beckinsdale.
That's kind of like Trinity in the first Matrix. Shit, you know what I mean?
No, the Kate Beckinsale make Trinity look like trash.
Yeah, Trinity was very studly looking.
Real talk, I'm with you with the Trinity thing, but Kate Beckinsale though, oh boy, like.
No, because Kate didn't give off that stud vibe. Trinity gave off a lot of stud vibe.
Yeah, I gotta give the country of the UK props for
I wasn't tripping about none of that. That was there. I noticed it, but it was like the story. That was a dope ass story.
There's vampire. I don't care what the story was. I'm sorry.
But the fact that I didn't even know that, like, they got a whole cult following of that. Like, motherfuckers is like serious about the underworld. I was like, where the fuck I been? I was upset at myself for not knowing, more than anything. I just didn't know it was there and just stumbled on it, bro, for real. But we gotta get rid. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that one's okay. So is so's Resident Evil. That one's all right, and a similar, again, a very.
I gotta get going on that, kids. That's one of the franchises that definitely Resident Evil. Like I watched a piece of one with Mike Epps in it because Mike Epps was in it.
You know what? That one's he's actually really good in that one. I've only watched a couple of them. I've seen that one with Mike Epps, and he was great. He's funny, but it's not like really a comedic role for Mike Epps. You know what I mean? He's just funny because he's Mike Epps.
Right. That's just his personality. He's just kind of goofy.
He's just kind of goofy, but I liked it. I liked him in the role. It was actually a good movie. The Mila let me say this without. Thanks, man. Thanks for the save because it might have come out sideways. She's good. She's actually really good in this franchise.
Kids, I watched just enough of it to feel like I was left out. Just enough of that episode, that movie with Mike Epps in it. I watched probably 30 to 40 minutes of it.
Did you ever play any of the video games?
They was on this bus.
Yeah.
I watched about 20 or 30 minutes of that, and that was it. They was because it's an apocalyptic type of thing that I am drawn to for whatever reason.
Well,
I feel like I'm left out for the rest of it. There's probably 3 or 4 other movies that I haven't seen.
Check out Train to Busan.
You said that before, man.
Look at the like South Korean movies. You know, a lot of those movies over there, they got a lot of zombie stuff, a lot of horror stuff, and it's very good movies. They're very good movies. Good stories, good action, good scenery. It's just you got to read subtitles.
It's got to be set up in a certain way. Like I know there's a lot of
it's a very good. You got to watch them. It's a very realistic kind of thing. It's just in a different language.
Let me
But also, before we get away from it, kids, look up the name Desiree Mia.
Oh man, we got to get out of here.
Desiremia.
We got to get out of here.
That's your new star for the remake of Bruce Leroy and them. Show enough and
no, they're doing it again.
No, I say he is the new Timac though. This kid, he's a star in this new movie, Absolute Domination. But he has the look. He's a martial artist. He's a young guy.
Okay, spell the name again, please.
Desire Mia. Desire Mia. So I didn't name him.
Don't pull it up because we got to go.
No. Okay, cool.
No, it's just he's a kid actor. Never seen him in nothing before.
Oh, this guy here now. Okay.
But you see, doesn't he have that Bruce Leroy look?
I could dig it. I can see him.
One last question before we get out, since you went there, Trips. Have you seen a remake of anything in the recent, let's just say the last 20 years of your life? Have you seen a remake that really, really captured what you were looking for? Give me one remake. Start with kids.
Remake. So not sequel, remake.
Let's just say remake, yeah. And you know what? Throw a sequel in there because it could have been something that.
Okay. So there are 2 sequels that are coming out very soon that I'm interested in.
So that don't count.
Personally, I was just gonna say the answer to your question is no for me. I haven't seen a sequel or a remake that was anywhere near caliber of the original film, with maybe 2 exceptions. 3 exceptions. Those exceptions are Beverly Hills Cop 2, Ghostbusters 2, and The Hangover 2. Those are my three exceptions of films where the sequel might slightly rival the original movie. The 2 movies that I'm looking forward to, though, that are closer to remakes than they are sequels, but I expect them to be sequels because you can't really remake this shit. Spaceballs 2, which has this guy written all over it. My favorite movie basically of all time.
What's wrong, Colonel Sanders? Chicken?
Yes. We ain't found shit. I've been waiting for this my whole life. They're finally redoing this movie. Mel Brooks will be 100 years old when it comes out. I'm so in. I'm definitely watching this movie. The second one kind of came out of left field, and it's Naked Gun. It's a Naked Gun remake starring, of all people, Liam Neeson. And I think it's going to be dope.
Liam Neeson's a good actor. He's not just a taken guy with a set of skills.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now he's going to do that Detective Frank Drebin role.
He's basically going to be playing Frank Drebin. He's going to be a straight comedic role, and that's I can't wait to watch him do this. I think it's going to be awesome.
All right.
Mine is.
Hold on. We got to go, man. I got to go.
I got to answer the question.
Trips, you done got your way for the last 2 hours.
Well, yes, the question is well, the original movie was
Wrap it
Predator,
up.
Not Predator.
Wrap it up.
Police Squad.
Yeah, I am. I'm talking the one with John Travolta, Punisher.
Wrap it up. We gotta go. Give some shout outs, kids. We gotta go.
Hey, shout out to all y'all. We'll keep it short and sweet. Andre Bryant, It's Crimson, Bear Truth 9, AC Adam, the Minister Charles Johnson, happy birthday. Shout out to the guys at CSP Tracks. Darius hollered back. Shout out to your son, Darius. I'm glad you're taking care of him. We'll get you back on here sooner or later. Shout out to Keith the Bishop out there. Big up to you, sir. Belizean Bear, Mr. Mayhem, Cloud Chasers Radio. Got to give you love. You're with us all night long. Shout out to Chris Foster. Good to see you, brother. I haven't seen you in a minute. The Scrolls, Illy Jones, Dante Purify. Am I missing anybody? I don't feel like I am for tonight's show. Oh, Derek Guy. Big ups to Derek Guy as well. For some strange reason, I'm going to listen to some guy tomorrow because I saw your name and it made me think of Teddy Riley. So anyhow, shout out to all y'all. Thanks for coming through. Big ups to Sports Chicago Style. Big ups to Keds the Canuck here on YouTube. And big ups to the Nomad Network. Like, share, and subscribe. And I'll throw it right down to my guy, Triple R.
Yeah, big up to all the Nomaniacs. And it's the Punisher. Not the one with John Travolta, but the one with the guy from Walking Dead, Shane.
That one wasn't bad.
Okay, let him keep.
That was a better remake. But yeah, other than that, Jordan and yeah, whatever. But yeah, Sports Chicago Style, Kids the Canuck, Nomad Network. Make sure y'all are subbed and liking and all that good stuff.
Hey, I appreciate you guys, man. We just did 4 hours of content for everybody, and it went from regular life stuff that we dealing with individually to Bears football, which we covered that heavily. When I say heavily, we covered that for quite some time. There's good conversation going on there. And so anybody that's watching this show now, if you're just now picking it up, or if you started watching it and you want to see what else happened, use the rewind button, man. Just go watch the show and find what you were looking for. You know what I mean? Because it's in this show. If you like football commentary, Chicago Bears commentary, you like off the beaten path conversation, we had all that going on here. And I love these guys, man, because we can do this kind of stuff. We can do any of this kind of content and it comes off. It really does. It comes off for everybody because everybody gets some nerve touched. And I just want to say this before we get out of here for you guys. And I'm not going to get carried away when I tell you guys this, but please, I just learned something today that I didn't expect was going to happen today, but relationships, man, you got to really nurture relationships. And that goes for me with these two guys and everybody we deal with over here on the channel. I'm talking about you in your life. You got to nurture relationships. One thing you got to admit is when you got some shit wrong in your relationship. If you got something wrong, be man or woman enough to stand in front of that and say, I fucked up. If you can't do that, you're going to have problems in relationships for the rest of your life. Guaranteed. You have to be willing to say that I effed up. And it's my fault. You got to own stuff. I screwed up in the relationship between myself and my sister, in the relationship between her and her son. And I'm going to get that right with the time I got with her. I'm going to get that right because I got carried away with the Bears community and making sure you guys got good content out here. I didn't spend enough time with my loved ones like I should. And I'm going to do better about that. I'm going to do better about that.
I just saw the dopest saying and I have to share it before we go. It's super dope.
It can't be a video, bro.
No, it's just a picture.
Go ahead.
Purple rain, purple rain.
Man, you interrupted me for that.
Hey, but it's Caleb, bro. It's dope. I'm just saying. All right.
Can I get my shit up? Can I finish my shit? Without all that, man, I'm finna close the show, man. I would appreciate if y'all let me close without interruption, man. I don't fuck with y'all when y'all close.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, be better in your relationships because it pays dividends later on. I'm a learn from that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be a better brother. I'm gonna be a better uncle because of it. And so I just encourage you all to own what you do wrong in your relationships. If you don't, you're gonna struggle for the rest of your life. I guarantee you that. But you gotta own it. That being said, I want to leave you guys with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are